Hello everyone, I am the Seleni, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The invitation to catalog the wine cellar at Blackwood Manor arrived on a piece of brittle foxed parchment, its edges singed as if by an ancient flame. It was delivered by a cadaverous, black-clad courier who offered no name and vanished into the London drizzle before Alistair Finch could properly thank him, or indeed question him. Alistair, a historian whose specialty was the arcane, specifically the intersection of alchemy, hermetic philosophy, and viticulture in forgotten European monastic orders, felt an immediate, almost visceral recognition. The Blackwood name, and its association with reclusive estates and peculiar legacies, was a recurring, unsettling theme in the dusty annals of his research. The letter itself, penned in an elegant, spidery script by one Silas Thorne, cellar master, spoke of a unique and historically significant collection of vintages requiring expert assessment. It hinted at subtle complexities beyond mere enology, and of a pressing need to understand the cellar's evolving terroir. The remuneration offered was, as Alistair had come to expect from such summons, remarkably generous, bordering on the unbelievable. Alistair, whose academic career had long since foundered on the shoals of his esoteric interests, leaving him with a dusty reputation and a dwindling bank account, felt the familiar, dangerous allure. Blackwood Manor, located on a remote, storm-lashed island off the coast of Brittany, was a place whispered about in hushed tones in the clandestine circles he occasionally frequented. A place where the wine was said to be more than just wine. The journey was an ordeal. A series of rattling trains, a pitching ferry across a gray, turbulent sea, and finally, a small, open fishing boat, captained by a grim, one-eyed fisherman named Eve, who crossed himself repeatedly as the jagged black silhouette of Blackwood Isle emerged from the swirling sea mist. Manoir du vin maudit, Eve muttered. The manor of cursed wine. None who go there for the vintage return. Unchanged. Blackwood Manor was a sprawling, Gothic edifice of dark, lichen-stained granite, clinging to the island's highest cliff like a monstrous, brooding seabird. Its windows were narrow, barred, and dark, like the eyes of a creature that had long since retreated from the light. The air was thick with the scent of brine, damp stone, and something else. A faint, pervasive aroma of fermentation, of rich, dark earth, and a subtle, almost imperceptible metallic tang, like old blood or rust. Silas Thorne met him at a massive iron-studded postern gate, its wood warped and bleached by centuries of salt and storm. Thorne was a figure of indeterminate age, tall and unnervingly still, his face a mask of pale, unlined parchment, his eyes the color of a moonless midnight sky. He was dressed in a simple, dark, monastic-looking robe, and his hands, Alistair, noted with a professional chill, were stained a deep, indelible purple, as if he had been crushing grapes for an eternity. "Dr. Finch," Thorne said, his voice a low, resonant hum, like the vibration of a perfectly tuned crystal glass. "Your arrival is anticipated. The cellar awaits its new interpreter. The older vintages have become restless." He led Alistair through a labyrinth of cold, echoing stone corridors, past tapestries depicting scenes of bacchanalian revelry that seemed to writhe with a subtle, unholy life in the flickering candlelight. They descended a steep, winding stone staircase, deeper and deeper into the island's bedrock, the air growing colder, the scent of fermentation and damp earth more intense. The cellar, when they finally reached it, was not a cellar in any conventional sense. It was a vast, natural cavern, its walls and ceiling a glittering tapestry of black volcanic rock and glistening mineral-laced stalactites. Rows upon rows of massive ancient oak casks, their wood almost black with age, lined the cavern floor, disappearing into the shadowy depths. And in the center of the cavern, on a raised dais of rough-hewn stone, stood a single colossal wine press, its screw mechanism crafted from some dark, unfamiliar metal, its collection trough stained a deep, permanent crimson. "The heart of the vineyard," Thorn whispered, his voice resonating in the vast, echoing space. "Where the island's essence is expressed." Alistair, the historian of arcane viticulture, felt a thrill of horrified awe. This was beyond anything he had ever read about, ever imagined. This was a place where the earth itself seemed to bleed wine. The collection spans centuries, perhaps millennia, Thorn continued, his midnight eyes fixed on Alistair. Each vintage captures not just the terroir of a specific year, but the emotional vintage, the joys, the sorrows, the triumphs, the despairs of those who have walked this island, whose essence has seeped into its soil, whose memories have fermented. Alistair's task, Thorn explained, was not merely to catalog the wines, but to understand them, to taste them, to discern their resonant notes, to identify the discordant vintages that were causing an imbalance in the cellar's emotional terroir. He was to become, in essence, a sommelier of shadows, a taster of forgotten lives. He was given a small stone-walled cell adjoining the main cavern, containing a rough-hewn cot, a single flickering tallow candle, and a collection of antique silver-chased tasting cups. His only other tools were his own highly developed palate and his knowledge of the subtle alchemies of fermentation and distillation. The first few days were an exercise in sensory overload. The air in the cavern was thick with 1,000 conflicting aromas: dark fruit, damp earth, exotic spices, ancient wood, and that ever-present unsettling metallic tang. The silence was profound, broken only by the drip of water from the stalactites and the occasional soft glug from one of the massive casks, as if it were sighing in its sleep. Thorn would bring him samples each evening, drawn from the ancient casks with a silver pipette, tiny amounts, in tiny silver cups. Each wine was unlike anything Alistair had ever tasted. There was a vintage from, Thorn claimed, the 13th century, that tasted of wood smoke, fear, and the coppery tang of shed blood. "The siege of Blackwood Keep," Thorn had murmured. Another, from the early 1700s, resonated with an almost unbearable melancholy, tasting of lost love, sea salt, and faded lavender. "The Widow's Lament." A dark, almost black vintage from the mid-1800s pulsed with a cold intellectual fury, its notes of bitter herbs, old ink, and ozone evoking the alchemist's folly. With each tasting, Alistair experienced more than just flavor. He experienced echoes, fleeting images, snatches of conversation, waves of intense primal emotion. He saw knights in rusted armor, weeping women in widow's weeds, gaunt, obsessive scholars hunched over forbidden texts. He felt their fear, their sorrow, their madness. He was not just tasting wine. He was tasting memories, consuming lives. He found Thorn's private ledgers in a niche carved into the cavern wall. They were bound in what looked like cured grape skins, their pages filled with a script that was part viticultural notes, part alchemical formulae, part emotional cartography. The vintage of 78, the year of the red tide, is particularly potent, one entry read. Its notes of collective panic and existential dread are exquisite. It requires careful cellaring, lest its despair overwhelm the more subtle bouquets. The Lost Child vintage, circa 1650, remains unbalanced. Its core of pure, unadulterated grief is too raw. It requires a counter vintage, perhaps a measure of the philosopher's joy from the Sun Garden. Cask. Alistair realized the horrifying truth. Silas Thorne was not just a cellar master. He was an alchemist of emotion, a curator of human experience, using the unique terroir of Blackwood Isle and its cursed vineyard to distill and bottle the very essence of joy, sorrow, love, and fear. The discordant vintages Thorne had spoken of were becoming more apparent. Certain casks in the cellar seemed to emanate a palpable sense of unease, a psychic dissonance that grated on Alistair's nerves, that tasted like ash and broken glass in the back of his throat even before he sampled them. These were the wines that were unsettling the terroir, their emotional frequencies out of sync with the cellar's fragile, melancholic harmony. One such vintage, drawn from a small, unlabeled cask, hidden deep in a shadowy alcove, was particularly disturbing. It tasted of nothing, a void, a profound, soul-crushing emptiness that seemed to suck all light, all warmth, all meaning from the world. After tasting it, Alistair was plunged into a state of anhedonic despair that lasted for hours. The world leached of all color, all sensation. The Nihil vintage, Thorne had explained, his midnight eyes holding a flicker of something Alistair couldn't quite decipher: concern or clinical interest. A rare and dangerous bottling. It is the echo of a soul that chose to unbecome. Its silence is contagious. Alistair knew his task was not just to identify these dissonances, but to rebalance them, to act as a human blending vat, to use his own palate, his own emotional intelligence, to create new cuvées of consciousness, to restore harmony to the cellar's psychic landscape. He began to experiment, under Thorne's unnervingly calm guidance. He would blend tiny amounts of the Nihil vintage with a drop of the First Love's Rapture, a startlingly sweet, effervescent wine that tasted of springtime and impossible hope. He would counterpoint the alchemist's folly with the child's unfettered laughter, a light, playful vintage with notes of sunshine and innocence. It was an exhausting, perilous process. Each blend, each tasting, sent him on a roller coaster of amplified emotions, of borrowed memories, of lives lived and lost. He felt his own identity begin to fray, his own emotional landscape becoming a confusing, overwhelming tapestry, woven from the joys and sorrows of countless forgotten souls. He dreamed in flavors, in bouquets, in lingering aftertastes. He would wake with the taste of ash in his mouth, or the phantom sweetness of a lover's kiss, his own emotions indistinguishable from those of the wines he had consumed. The cellar itself seemed to respond to his efforts. When he successfully reharmonized a particularly discordant vintage, the oppressive atmosphere would lift, the shadows would recede, the faint metallic tang would lessen. When he failed, when a blend created an even greater dissonance, the cavern would grow colder, the whispers more agitated, the sense of unseen presences more acute. He realized that the unseen audience of this particular theater was not just the lingering essences of the dead, but Silas Thorne himself, and perhaps something even older, something connected to the island's primordial, volcanic heart, something that fed on this constant, alchemical refinement of human experience. The ultimate challenge came in the form of a cask larger than all the others, hidden in the deepest, most shadowed part of the cavern. its ancient oak staves bound with what looked like bands of solidified shadow. Thorn called it, his voice hushed with a mixture of awe and trepidation. The Well of Sorrows. This is the oldest vintage, Thorn whispered. The prima materia of the island's grief. It has been sealed for centuries, but of late, it has begun to weep. A single black, viscous tear oozed from a crack in one of the staves. The scent that emanated from it was one of unimaginable cosmic despair, a sorrow so profound, so ancient, it threatened to extinguish Alistair's very will to live. This is the source of the current imbalance, Thorn said. The well overflows. Its grief taints all other vintages. It must be resealed. But to do so, one must first understand its depths. One must taste it and survive. Alistair knew this was the ultimate test. To taste from the Well of Sorrows was to risk complete and utter annihilation of the self, to be drowned in an ocean of undiluted primordial despair. But he also knew that he had no choice. He was the sommelier of shadows. This was his calling, his curse. Thorn drew a single thimble-sized measure from the weeping cask, using a pipette crafted from what looked like polished obsidian. The liquid in the silver tasting cup was blacker than night, thicker than oil, and seemed to absorb all light. Alistair raised the cup to his lips, his hand surprisingly steady. He met Thorn's midnight eyes, and saw in them not malice, but a profound, ancient weariness, and a flicker of hope. He drank. The world dissolved. He was 1,000 weeping widows, 1,000,000 orphaned children, a universe of dying stars. He was every loss, every betrayal, every silent, unanswered prayer. He was the cold, empty void between galaxies, the final fading echo of a love that could never be. He was drowning in an infinite ocean of sorrow. And then, from the depths of that despair, a single fragile memory surfaced, his own. A small, quiet moment from his childhood, the scent of his grandmother's baking, the warmth of a sunbeam on his face, the simple, uncomplicated joy of a perfectly ripe summer peach. It was a tiny, insignificant spark against the overwhelming darkness. But it was his. He clung to it. He nurtured it. He focused all his will, all his remaining sense of self, on that single, fragile memory of joy. And slowly, miraculously, the darkness began to recede. The overwhelming tide of sorrow began to ebb. He was still immersed in it, but he was no longer drowning. He was floating. He was observing. He was understanding. Sorrow, he realized, was not an end, but a transformation, a catalyst, a part of the great, complex, bittersweet vintage of existence. It could be overwhelming, yes, but it could also be beautiful in its own terrible, profound way. When he finally opened his eyes, he was lying on the cold stone floor of the cavern, Silas Thorn kneeling beside him, his pale face etched with concern. The silver-tasting cup lay empty beside him. "You returned," Thorn whispered, his voice filled with a quiet awe. "Few have. The well, it usually claims those who taste it." Alistair slowly sat up, his body aching, his mind reeling, but his spirit strangely light. He felt cleansed, as if he had passed through a great, purifying fire. He looked at the weeping cask. The black tear had stopped. The oppressive aura of despair around it had lessened, softened, tinged now with a faint, almost imperceptible note of acceptance. "The well is no longer weeping," Alistair said, his voice hoarse. "It is singing, a very quiet, very sad song, but a song nonetheless." Thorne nodded slowly. "You have harmonized it, Dr. Finch. You have understood its deepest note. You have become a true sommelier of shadows." Alistair remained at Blackwood Manor for many more years. He did not become its prisoner, nor did he lose himself in its intoxicating, dangerous vintages. He became its partner, its interpreter. He worked with Silas Thorne, tending the ancient casks, blending the emotional essences, maintaining the delicate, ever-shifting terroir of the cellar. He learned that the manor and the island were not evil, not in any conventional sense. They were simply resonant. They were a crucible where the raw, powerful emotions of life were distilled, transformed, and preserved. And the wine. The wine was its memory, its history, its soul. He never published his findings on the arcane viticulture of Blackwood Isle. The world, he knew, was not ready for such vintages, for such truths. And some cellars, some secrets, were best left undisturbed, their bouquets savored only by those with the palate and the courage to taste them. But sometimes, on clear, starlit nights, when the wind off the North Atlantic carries the scent of brine and ancient stone, he and Silas Thorne will descend into the heart of the cavern. They will draw a thimbleful from one of the ancient casks, perhaps the philosopher's joy, or the lost child's lullaby, or even, on rare occasions, a single carefully measured drop from the now quiet well of sorrows, and they will raise their silver cups in a silent toast to the island, to the vineyard, to the endless, complex, and terrifyingly beautiful vintage of human existence. For they are the keepers of the cellar, the sommeliers of shadow, and their work, like the slow, patient fermentation of the rarest wine, is eternal. The silence of the cellar is now a symphony of perfectly balanced notes, each telling its story, each contributing to the profound and ultimately deeply human taste of time itself. The summons to Morningwood Hollow arrived not as a letter, but as a single, perfectly preserved raven's feather, iridescent black, tucked into the spine of an antique ornithology text Alistair Finch had ordered from a specialist dealer. Alistair, a natural historian whose quiet academic career had recently been overshadowed by a controversial monograph on the psychopompic symbolism in Victorian taxidermy, felt an immediate, unsettling resonance. The feather was a calling card he recognized from obscure folkloric studies, the mark of the Thorn Guild, a lineage of reclusive artisans rumored to practice a form of taxidermy that went far beyond mere preservation, venturing into the unsettling territory of imbuing their creations with more than just the semblance of life. The accompanying note, penned in a spidery, archaic script on brittle, age-yellowed paper, was from one Silas Blackwood, curator of forms. It spoke of a unique and deteriorating collection at Morningwood Hollow, the ancestral Thorn estate, requiring Alistair's discreet expertise in advanced preservation techniques and an understanding of the more ephemeral aspects of the craft. The remuneration offered was, as Alistair was beginning to learn, was typical of these shadowy Thorn Blackwood enterprises, substantial enough to pique his professional curiosity despite a prickling sense of profound unease. Morningwood Hollow, When Alistair finally located it after a long, disorienting drive through the perpetually mist-shrouded, forgotten backwoods of rural New England, it was less an estate and more a mausoleum of decaying grandeur. The manor house, a sprawling Gothic edifice of dark, lichen-stained stone, seemed to sag under the weight of centuries and the oppressive gloom of the surrounding ancient, black-limbed oaks and funereal yews. Its windows were like vacant, cataract-filmed eyes. The air was thick, still, and carried the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, formaldehyde, and something else, a faint, almost imperceptible aroma of old feathers, dry fur, and a subtle, musky animal scent that was somehow too fresh. Silas Blackwood met him at a massive wrought-iron gate, its design an intricate, unsettling tangle of thorny vines and predatory birds. Blackwood was a figure of indeterminate age, tall and gaunt, dressed in impeccably tailored but old-fashioned black, his face a mask of pale, unlined composure, his eyes the color of polished jet, holding a depth of ancient, unnerving knowledge. His hands, Alistair noted with a professional chill, were long, slender, and unnaturally deft. "Dr. Finch," Blackwood said, his voice a low, cultured whisper that seemed to absorb the surrounding silence. "Your arrival is opportune. The collection grows restless. The forms, they begin to fray." He led Alistair through a labyrinth of shadowy, echoing corridors, their walls lined with glass-fronted cabinets filled not with books or porcelain, but with taxidermied animals. Not the stiff, lifeless specimens of typical museum displays, but creatures posed with an astonishing, unsettling realism. A fox snarling in mid-leap, its glass eyes burning with a predatory light. An owl, its wings spread as if in silent flight, its head swiveling almost imperceptibly to follow their progress. A stag, its magnificent antlers scraping the coffered ceiling, its stance one of regal, sorrowful majesty. The main collection, however, was housed in what Blackwood called the Grand Aviary, a vast, glass-domed conservatory at the rear of the manor, now choked with overgrown, exotic plants that seemed to writhe with a life of their own in the dim, filtered light. And, perched among the tangled vines on skeletal tree branches and within ornate antique bird cages, were the birds. Hundreds of them. Perhaps thousands. Every conceivable species, from tiny, jewel-like hummingbirds to massive predatory eagles and vultures, all preserved with a breathtaking, terrifying artistry. Their feathers gleamed with an unnatural vibrancy. Their glass eyes held a disturbing spark of intelligence. Their poses were so lifelike, they seemed merely paused. "The Thorn Aviary," Blackwood whispered, his jet eyes sweeping across the silent, feathered multitude. "Generations of thorn artisans have contributed to its population. Each specimen a masterpiece of preservation. Each form a vessel. A vessel for what?" Alistair didn't dare ask. His task, Blackwood explained, was to assess the collection, to identify specimens in need of restoration, and to employ his unique understanding of the craft to ensure their continued quiescence. He was given a suite of rooms in a secluded wing of the manor, overlooking the unnervingly silent aviary. The rooms were filled with antique furniture, faded tapestries depicting scenes of falconry and royal hunts, and an unnerving number of empty, antique bird cages. Alistair began his work with a mixture of professional fascination and a growing visceral dread. The craftsmanship of the thorn taxidermy was beyond anything he had ever witnessed. The way the feathers lay, the curve of a talon, the subtle tension in opposed wing. It was as if the artisans had not just preserved the form, but had somehow captured the essence, the spirit of the creature. The first few days were spent in meticulous observation, Alistair carefully examining each specimen, his gloved hands tracing the contours of cold, feathered bodies, his magnifying glass lingering on the unsettling realism of their glass eyes. The silence of the aviary was profound, broken only by the drip of condensation from the glass dome and the occasional soft rustle of dry leaves from the overgrown plants. Then came the whispers, faint at first, like the sigh of wind through pine needles, or the almost inaudible flutter of tiny wings. But they grew, coalescing into a chorus of soft, sibilant sounds, seeming to emanate from the birds themselves. He couldn't discern words, but the feeling of communication, of a collective, avian consciousness, was undeniable. He found Silas, Blackwood's private workshop, a vast laboratory-like chamber hidden behind a secret panel in the manor's library. It was filled with an astonishing array of tools, delicate scalpels, fine-toothed saws, gleaming needles, pots of strange, viscous chemicals, and jars containing preserved organs and meticulously sorted feathers. And in the center of the room, on a marble slab, lay a fresh specimen, a magnificent snowy owl, its eyes still bright, its feathers unruffled, as if it had only just fallen asleep. Blackwood was there, hunched over the owl, his long, deft fingers working with a focused, almost reverent intensity. He was not stuffing the bird in any conventional sense. He was weaving something into its form. Threads of what looked like spun moonlight, strands of shadow, tiny, almost invisible gears, and springs of a dark, unfamiliar metal. The art of true preservation, Dr. Finch, Blackwood murmured, without looking up, is not merely to replicate life, but to continue it, to provide a suitable vessel for the echo, for the lingering resonance of what was. Alistair felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. This was not taxidermy. This was something else, something that blurred the line between art and necromancy. He discovered the Thorne family journals, a collection of ancient, leather-bound volumes stored in a climate-controlled vault adjoining the workshop. They chronicled generations of Thorne artisans, their obsessive pursuit of perfect preservation, their increasingly esoteric theories on the transference of spirit and the animating principle. 1788, Alistair Thorne I, one entry read. The raven speaks tonight, not with its own voice, but with the voice of my late wife, Ilara. Her sorrow, her wit, now beautifully, eternally preserved within its glossy black plumage. The vessel is perfected. 1852, Marcus Thorne. Another detailed. The Nightjar project progresses. Its nocturnal lamentations now carry the echoes of the village's unspoken griefs. It has become a sonic repository. The villagers sleep more soundly, their sorrows outsourced to its feathered form. 1937. Isolde Thorne, Arthur's own great-aunt, he realized with a jolt. The aviary is almost complete, a parliament of souls, a chorus of preserved echoes, but they grow restless. They require a new song, a new keeper to harmonize their dissonant whispers. Alistair understood then. The thorn taxidermy wasn't just about preserving bodies. It was about capturing, and perhaps imprisoning, souls, or at least their lingering emotional and psychic resonances. The aviary was not a collection of stuffed birds. It was an orchestra of trapped spirits. And Silas Blackwood was its conductor, its jailer. The phenomena in the aviary intensified. The whispers became clearer, more insistent. He began to hear distinct bird calls, even from species that should have been silent, their taxidermied throats incapable of producing sound. He would see movement at the periphery of his vision, a flicker of wings, a turn of a feathered head, a momentary gleam in a glass eye that seemed to hold a spark of genuine, desperate intelligence. One night he was working late in the aviary, cataloging a collection of beautifully preserved nightingales, their tiny forms poised as if in mid-song. He heard a sound that was not a bird call, not a whisper. It was a woman's voice, soft and melancholic, humming a lullaby he vaguely recognized from his own childhood. He spun around. Standing before him, bathed in the ethereal moonlight filtering through the glass dome, was a figure. Tall, slender, dressed in a flowing gown of what looked like spun moonlight and raven feathers. Her face was pale, beautiful, and unbearably sad. Her eyes were the color of a stormy sea. It was the woman from the earliest Thorne portraits, the first Alara, wife of Alistair Thorne I. "You hear them too, don't you, Dr. Finch?" she whispered, her voice like the rustle of silk, like the sigh of wind through ancient trees. The songs of the trapped, the echoes of lives. Unfinished, Alistair could only nod, his throat too tight for words. "My husband. He sought to conquer death," Alara continued, her gaze drifting towards the silent, feathered multitude, "to preserve beauty, to capture memory. But he only created cages. Beautiful, intricate cages, but cages nonetheless." She glided closer, her feet making no sound on the stone floor. "They yearn for release, Doctor. For their songs to be sung, freely, not as hollow echoes in a glass dome. For their spirits to take flight, not just their preserved forms." "What can I do?" Alistair asked, his voice barely a whisper. Alara's sorrowful eyes met his. "You understand the forms, the vessels. You understand the resonances. The thorncraft. It can also unmake. It can release. But it requires a strong will, a compassionate heart, and a willingness to listen to the true song, not just the echo." She faded then, her form dissolving into the moonlit shadows, leaving Alistair alone with the silent, watching birds and the weight of her impossible request. He knew what she was asking: to dismantle the collection, to break the ancient enchantments, the alchemical bindings that held these spirits captive, to defy generations of Thorne tradition, to challenge Silas Blackwood, the current formidable curator of forms. It was a terrifying prospect. The power contained within the aviary, within Blackwood himself, was immense, ancient, and deeply resistant to change. But he thought of the trapped owl, its eyes burning with a desperate plea. He thought of the nightingales, their silent songs, yearning for release. He thought of Alara Thorne, her sorrowful beauty, her gentle plea. He made his decision. He began his work in secret, under the cover of darkness, when Blackwood retreated to his own shadowed chambers. He started with the smaller, more recently preserved specimens, studying Thorne's journals, trying to understand the arcane techniques of unweaving, of releasing the resonant signature. It was a delicate, perilous process. It involved not just the physical dismantling of the taxidermied forms, but a complex ritual of sonic attunement, of empathetic resonance, of negotiation with the trapped echoes. He used tuning forks, chanted fragments of forgotten incantations he found in the Thorne Codex, even used his own voice, humming, singing, trying to find the release frequency for each individual spirit. With each successful release, he would feel a faint sigh of relief, a lessening of the oppressive atmosphere in the aviary. A single feather would detach itself from the specimen and drift to the floor, its iridescence fading to a dull, natural hue. The glass eyes would lose their disturbing spark, becoming inert, lifeless. But Blackwood was no fool. He sensed the subtle shifts in the aviary's resonant field, the gradual quieting of its trapped chorus. He confronted Alistair, his jet eyes burning with a cold, controlled fury. "You meddle with forces you do not comprehend, Dr. Finch," he whispered, his voice like the rustle of dry, brittle feathers. "The collection is a delicate balance. The harmony, it is ancient. You will undo us all." "These are not just echoes, Blackwood," Alistair retorted, his own voice surprisingly firm. "They are souls, and they deserve to be free." Their confrontation was not one of physical violence, but of wills, of resonant energies. Blackwood, drawing on the collective power of the still imprisoned spirits, tried to overwhelm Alistair, to bind him, to make him another silent, feathered specimen in the eternal aviary. The aviary itself became a battleground. The air crackled, with unseen forces. The remaining taxidermied birds stirred, their glass eyes glowing, their wings beating silently, their collective whispers rising to a deafening psychic roar. The overgrown plants writhed, their thorny vines reaching for Alistair, their strange, perfumed blossoms releasing clouds of disorienting, hallucinogenic pollen. Alistair fought back with the only weapons he had: his knowledge, his empathy, and the growing chorus of the spirits he had already freed, their grateful, liberated resonances now lending him their strength. He focused on the great, predatory eagle that seemed to be Blackwood's own personal totem, the vessel, perhaps, of his darkest, most possessive energies. He sang to it, a song of open skies, of soaring flight, of the wind beneath its powerful wings. He offered it not imprisonment, but freedom. The eagle shrieked, a sound that was both bird and something else, something ancient and terrible. Its glass eyes shattered, its magnificent wings slumped, and Silas Blackwood cried out, a raw, human sound of agony and loss, as if a part of his own soul had been torn away. He collapsed, his tall frame folding like a broken marionette, his jet eyes fading, losing their ancient, predatory light. The power that had sustained him for so long, the collective imprisoned life force of the aviary, was unraveling. As Blackwood weakened, the remaining trapped spirits began to break free. A cacophony of bird calls, of whispers, of sighs filled. The aviary then, one by one, faded into a profound, peaceful silence. The oppressive atmosphere lifted. The cloying perfumes dissipated. The overgrown plants seemed to relax, their threatening postures softening. Alistair stood in the center of the now silent aviary, surrounded by the empty shells of the once magnificent collection. The taxidermied birds were still there, but they were just objects now. Beautifully crafted, yes, but lifeless. Their glass eyes dull, their feathers losing their unnatural vibrancy. The echoes were gone. He found Silas Blackwood slumped against the base of a skeletal tree, his form diminished, frail, his ancient eyes closed. He was not dead, but dormant. The curator of forms, without his forms to curate, without their resonant energies to sustain him, had simply faded. Alistair Finch spent another week at Morningwood Hollow, carefully, respectfully, dismantling the remaining specimens, ensuring that every trapped echo was released. He buried the empty feathered shells in the overgrown garden, beneath the shade of the ancient oaks and funereal yews. He left the thorn journals and the thorn codex in the dusty library, a silent testament to a dangerous, obsessive art. He took only the single, iridescent raven's feather that had first summoned him, a reminder of the souls he had helped to set free. As he walked away from Morningwood Hollow, down the overgrown track, the air felt lighter, cleaner. The oppressive silence was gone, replaced by the natural sounds of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the chirp of unseen insects, the distant call of a living bird, soaring freely in the crisp autumn sky. He never knew if he had truly understood the full extent of the Thorne family's strange legacy, or the true nature of Silas Blackwood. But he knew that he had listened to the whispers, understood the sorrow, and in his own small way, had helped to break the silence of Morningwood Hollow. He returned to his quiet academic life, his research forever changed. He no longer sought to merely catalog the echoes of the past, but to understand the responsibilities that came with listening to them. He knew that some collections were not meant to be preserved, but to be released. Some forms were not meant to hold life, but to let it go. And sometimes, when the wind sighs through the eaves of his London flat, he fancies he can hear it. Not the trapped whispers of Morningwood, but the faint, distant chorus of 1,000 freed bird songs, a silent, grateful symphony carried on the wind, a testament to the natural historian who had dared to listen, and then to act. The silence of the wild, he now understood, was not an emptiness, but a freedom, a vast, untamed song that deserved to be heard in its entirety. The advertisement, if one could call it that, was a single, cryptic sentence, hand-stamped in faded violet ink, on a small, age-yellowed card, slipped beneath Arthur Finch's apartment door. Lamplighter sought for Lethe Street, duties nocturnal, discretion absolute, solitude guaranteed. There was no salary mentioned, no contact information, only an address. Number 1, the alleys of Lethe, and an instruction to present oneself at twilight, should the calling resonate. Arthur, a historian whose specialized field was urban, esoterica, the forgotten rituals, lost landmarks, and whispered folklore of London's oldest, most shadowed corners, felt an immediate, almost magnetic pull. Lethe Street was a name that existed only in the most obscure city archives, a phantom thoroughfare rumored to have been erased from official maps centuries ago, a place where the veil between the city of the living and something else was said to be perilously thin. Driven by a combination of academic curiosity that bordered on obsession and a profound, almost melancholic affinity for the forgotten, Arthur followed the cryptic summons. The alleys of Lethe, he discovered after navigating a bewildering maze of narrow, fog-choked back streets in a forgotten quarter near the old docks, were less a network of passages and more a wound in the city's fabric. The air here was cold, damp, and carried the scent of river mud, decaying stone, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible aroma of old gaslight, of smoldering wicks, and a subtle, pervasive stillness that seemed to absorb the distant roar of the city. Number 1 was not a house, but a tall, narrow archway, its ancient stone obscured by centuries of grime and shadow, leading into an even narrower, darker alley. As twilight deepened, painting the grimy brickwork in hues of bruised indigo and fading embers, a figure emerged from the archway's depths. He was old, impossibly old, his form stooped and frail, draped in a tattered, multi-layered greatcoat that seemed to have absorbed the very shadows of the alleys. His face, glimpsed briefly in the dying light, was a roadmap of deep-set wrinkles, his eyes like chips of dull obsidian, holding a weary, ancient knowledge. He carried a long, slender pole with a small, hooded lantern at its tip. He introduced himself only as Silas, the last lamplighter. His voice was a dry, rasping whisper, like autumn leaves skittering across cobblestones. "Mr. Finch, I presume," Silas rasped, his obsidian eyes fixing on Arthur with an unnerving intensity. "The street, it calls for a new hand. My own flame, it flickers low." He didn't interview Arthur. He simply handed him a similar lamplighter's pole, its lantern cold and dark, and a small antique tinderbox. "The lamps of Lethe Street must be lit each night, from dusk till dawn," he explained, his voice barely audible above the sigh of the wind that seemed to emanate from the alley's depths. "They do not burn with mere oil or gas. They burn with memory, with forgotten moments, and they must never, ever be allowed to go out." His task, Silas elaborated, was to walk Lethe Street each night, lighting its ancient, unique lamps. He was to observe, to listen, to ensure the balance of shadows and light was maintained. He was warned, with a gravity that chilled Arthur to the bone, to never stray from the designated lamplit path, to never attempt to see too clearly what lay in the deepest shadows between the lamps, and above all, to never, ever, speak directly to the strollers. The strollers? Arthur didn't dare ask. Silas led him into Lethe Street. It was not a street in any conventional sense. It was a winding, labyrinthine passage, sometimes narrowing to a mere crack between towering, sightless buildings, sometimes opening into small, forgotten courtyards choked with strange, pale weeds. The cobblestones beneath their feet were worn smooth, almost slick, as if by the passage of countless unseen feet. There were no doors, no windows, only ancient, blank stone walls that seemed to absorb the last vestiges of twilight. And at irregular intervals along this impossible thoroughfare stood the lamps. They were ancient wrought iron affairs, their glass panes clouded and cracked, their designs varied and often unsettling. Some shaped like leering gargoyles, others like skeletal hands clutching orbs of dark, opaque glass, still others like intricate, thorny blossoms. Silas demonstrated the ritual. He would approach a lamp, strike a spark from his tinderbox, and touch it to the lamp's unseen wick. The lamp would not ignite with a conventional flame, but with a soft, internal luminescence, a cool, silvery white light that pulsed with a faint, almost imperceptible rhythm, like a slow, sleeping heartbeat. And as each lamp ignited, the surrounding shadows would seem to deepen, to writhe, to coalesce. Each lamp holds a memory, a forgotten story of the city, Silas whispered, his breath fogging in the suddenly colder air. They are beacons for the lost, for the ones who walk between. Your task is to keep their light alive, to ensure they do not stray. He left Arthur at the entrance to Lethe Street at the first unlit lamp with a final cryptic warning. The street remembers its lamplighters. It will shape you. Be vigilant. Listen to the silence between the lights, and beware the dawn. Dawn on Lethe Street is a different kind of darkness. Arthur, alone now in the encroaching gloom, his heart pounding, his mind reeling, took a deep breath. He opened his tinderbox, struck a spark, and touched it to the wick of the first lamp. It ignited with that same cool, silvery, pulsing light. The shadows around it seemed to deepen, to solidify. He could almost feel them, pressing in on him, cold and expectant. He began his nightly vigil. Walking Lethe Street was like walking through a dream, a forgotten history of London made manifest. The silence was profound, broken only by the click of his tinderbox, the soft sigh of the igniting lamps, and his own increasingly ragged breathing. The air grew colder as he progressed. The scent of old gaslight and something else. A faint metallic tang, like old blood or faded grief, becoming more pronounced. The lamps themselves were unsettling. As each one ignited, it would cast strange, elongated shadows that seemed to dance and writhe with a life of their own, and sometimes, caught within the pulsing, silvery light, he would see things, fleeting images, like after images burned onto his retina. A Victorian woman in a mourning veil, her face a mask of sorrow. A group of ragged children, their eyes, wide and hungry, huddled in a doorway that wasn't there. A cloaked figure, its face lost in shadow, hurrying down a street that no longer existed. These were the memories, he realized, the forgotten stories held within the lamps. And he, the lamplighter, was their custodian, their momentary audience. And then he saw the strollers. They were not ghosts, not in any conventional sense. They were absences, figures of pure, concentrated shadow, moving with a slow, deliberate grace through the deepest darkness between the lamplit pools. He could not make out their features, their forms, only their silhouettes, their presence a palpable wave of coldness and profound ancient sorrow. They never entered the light of the lamps. They never acknowledged his presence. They simply walked, an endless silent procession through the forgotten heart of the city. Arthur remembered Silas's warning. Never speak directly to the strollers. He kept his gaze averted, focusing on his task, on the next unlit lamp, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. Days blurred into nights. Arthur's world became the nocturnal labyrinth of Lethe Street. He slept during the brief, gray daylight hours in a small, hidden alcove Silas had shown him, a cramped, stone-lined space just off the main thoroughfare, its entrance concealed behind a loose section of wall. It contained a rough straw pallet and a single, perpetually burning tallow candle, whose flame cast no shadows. His senses sharpened, attuned to the subtle nuances of the street. He learned to read the quality of the silence, the texture of the shadows. He began to recognize the individual personalities of the lamps, the distinct emotional resonance of the memories they held. There was the lamp of lost loves, its light tinged with a faint roseate hue, its shadows filled with fleeting images of tearful partings and whispered promises. There was the lamp of unfinished business, its light a flickering, agitated blue, its shadows restless, urgent. There was the lamp of quiet despair, its light a dim, steady gray, its shadows heavy, suffocating. He found scraps of parchment tucked into the bases of some of the lamps, fragments of stories, poems, confessions. Penned in archaic script, their ink faded, their meanings obscure yet resonant. He began to collect them, to piece them together, becoming not just a lamplighter, but an archivist of forgotten sorrows. The strollers remained a constant, unnerving presence. He learned to anticipate their movements, their silent passages through the shadowed interstices of the street. He never looked at them directly, yet he felt their cold, sorrowful gaze upon him, a silent, eternal scrutiny. One night, he found a new lamp, one he hadn't noticed before, tucked away in a particularly dark and narrow cul-de-sac. It was smaller than the others, its ironwork more delicate, its glass panes etched with a single recurring symbol, a raven clutching a quill. The Thorn family crest. As he lit this lamp, the silvery light it cast was different. It was clearer. And within its illumination, the shadows did not writhe, but coalesced, forming a single distinct figure. Not one of the strollers. This figure was familiar. Tall, gaunt, dressed in an old-fashioned, tailored black suit. Silas Blackwood from Morningwood Hollow. Or perhaps Alistair Thorne, the musicologist from Ashworth Abbey. Or even a version of himself, the historian of urban esoterica. A composite, an archetype, the eternal scholar, the seeker of forgotten truths. The figure looked directly at Arthur, its eyes holding a profound, weary understanding. It did not speak, but a single thought, clear and resonant, echoed in Arthur's mind. The stories must be told. The echoes must be witnessed. The lamplighter is the link. Then, the figure faded, and the lamp's light returned to its usual silvery, pulsing glow. Arthur felt a shift within himself. His fear was still there, a cold knot in his stomach, but it was now overlaid with a sense of purpose, a profound, almost sacred responsibility. He was not just keeping the lamps lit. He was keeping memories alive, giving solace to the forgotten, maintaining a fragile balance between the city of the living and the shadowed, whispering realm of Leith Street. He began to notice the subtle changes in the street itself. New passages would appear where blank walls had been. Old, familiar courtyards would subtly reconfigure themselves. The street was not static. It was a living, breathing entity, its geography shaped by the memories it held, by the stories it yearned to tell. And the lamps. They began to respond to him more directly. Their light would brighten as he approached, dim as he departed. Sometimes, the images within their glow would become sharper, more focused, as if offering him a clearer glimpse into their forgotten narratives. He found a hidden chamber beneath the oldest section of Lethe Street, accessible only by a series of almost invisible stone steps that appeared only when the lamp of faded hopes was burning particularly brightly. The chamber was circular, its walls lined with countless small niches, and in each niche rested a single, extinguished tallow candle, its wax melted into a unique, sorrowful shape. This, he realized, was the true heart of Lethe Street. The place where the memories, the echoes, the very essence of forgotten London, were laid to rest, their stories told, their light finally, peacefully extinguished. But the candles were all dark. The process had stalled. He understood then. Silas, the last lamplighter, was fading. His own flame was too weak to guide the newer, more potent memories to their final rest. Lethe Street needed a new lamplighter, someone with the strength, the empathy, the understanding, to not just light the lamps, but to shepherd the stories. He returned to his nightly rounds with a new sense of purpose. He no longer just lit the lamps, he listened to them. He immersed himself in their sorrowful, beautiful, terrifying narratives. He read the fragmented parchments he found, piecing together the lost lives, the forgotten tragedies, the unspoken dreams. And as he did, something remarkable began to happen. When a story felt complete, when he had truly understood its essence, the lamp that held it would burn with a final, brilliant flare, then extinguish itself. And in the hidden chamber beneath the street, one of the tallow candles would spontaneously ignite, its flame burning clear and steady for a moment, before peacefully winking out. He was not just lighting the lamps, he was releasing them, guiding the trapped memories, the sorrowful echoes, to their final peaceful rest. The strollers, the shadowy figures who walked the darkness between the lights, seemed to sense the change. Their movements became less agitated, their forms less oppressive. Sometimes, as a lamp extinguished, one of the strollers would pause, its shadowy head tilted as if in acknowledgement, before continuing its silent, eternal procession. Arthur Finch, the historian of urban esoterica, had become the psychopomp of Lethe Street, the gentle shepherd of lost souls, the lamplighter who guided forgotten memories from the twilight of remembrance to the peaceful darkness of oblivion. His work was endless. The city above generated new sorrows, new forgotten moments, new lost stories, every day, and these, in time, would find their way down into the shadowed labyrinth of Lethe Street, seeking a lamp, seeking a listener, seeking release. Silas, the last lamplighter, faded slowly, his form growing more translucent with each extinguished lamp, his ancient duty gradually, peacefully passing to Arthur. One night, Arthur found Silas's tattered greatcoat and his lamplighter's pole neatly laid out in the hidden alcove where he slept. The tallow candle beside them finally extinguished. Silas was gone, his own story finally told, his own echo, guided to rest. Arthur Finch continues his nocturnal vigil. He walks the ever-shifting labyrinthine passages of Lethe Street, his tinderbox in hand, his own lamplighter's pole casting a steady, silvery glow. He lights the lamps that still burn with unresolved memories. He listens to their stories. He guides them, one by one, to their final, peaceful extinction. He is no longer a historian, an academic, an outsider. He is a part of Lethe Street now, its rhythms his own, its secrets his to keep. He understands that some places are not meant for the living, not in the conventional sense. They are thresholds, conduits, libraries of sorrow and remembrance. He knows that the city above, with its noise and its light and its relentless pursuit of the future, has forgotten the importance of its shadows, the wisdom of its grief. But here, in the hidden heart of London, in the silent, lamplit labyrinth of Lethe Street, the forgotten are remembered, the lost are heard, and the lamplighter keeps his solitary, sacred watch. The work is eternal. The shadows are deep. And the silence. The silence is filled with a million stories, waiting for their turn to burn brightly, briefly, in the gentle, guiding light of the lamplighter, before finally, peacefully, fading into the all-consuming, all-welcoming dark. Arthur Finch, the lamplighter of Lethe Street, understands that his flame too will one day flicker and fade. But until then, he walks, he listens, and he tends the light, a solitary beacon in a city of forgotten sorrows. For even the deepest darkness, he has learned, holds its own kind of illumination. The advertisement, tucked discreetly amongst the bereavement notices in a local, almost defunct gazette, was for a groundskeeper with specialized horticultural skills at Hollowvale Cemetery. It mentioned a unique and historically significant botanical collection requiring sensitive and understanding maintenance. The salary was modest, but accommodation within the cemetery grounds was included. For Ilara Vance, a paleobotanist whose controversial theories on residual bioetheric imprints in ancient flora had left her academically ostracized and professionally adrift, the ad felt less like a job opportunity and more like a cryptic summons. Hollowvale Cemetery was not a place of serene, manicured lawns and weeping angels. It was a vast, overgrown Victorian necropolis, sprawling across a mist-shrouded valley on the outskirts of a forgotten New England town. Ancient, gnarled oaks and funereal yews cast perpetual shadows over crumbling mausoleums and leaning headstones, their inscriptions worn illegible by centuries of wind and rain. A palpable silence clung to the place, a silence that felt less like peace and more like bated breath. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible aroma of old, dried flowers, and a subtle mineral tang, like freshly turned soil from a very deep grave. The main gates, wrought iron and twisted into elaborate, thorny patterns, were unlocked. Ilara pushed them open with a protesting groan and drove her sputtering old station wagon up a winding, moss-covered drive to a small stone groundskeeper's cottage nestled beside a crumbling, ivy-choked chapel. A figure emerged from the cottage's shadowed porch. He was tall, gaunt, and moved with a slow, deliberate grace that seemed an extension of the cemetery's ancient stillness. His face was a network of fine wrinkles, like dried parchment, and his eyes, the color of faded forget-me-nots, held a weary, knowing sadness. He introduced himself as Silas Thorne, head gardener and custodian of the Echoes. His voice was a low, soft murmur, like wind sighing through dry leaves. "Miss Vance," Silas said, his gaze direct and unsettlingly perceptive. "Your unique qualifications are most welcome. The flora of Hollowvale requires a particular understanding. The Echoes have been restless." He didn't ask for her CV, nor did he inquire about her references. It was as if her arrival had been long anticipated, her suitability predetermined. Her duties, Silas explained, involved more than just pruning hedges and tending flower beds. Hollowvale, he revealed, was not just a cemetery for the dead, but a sanctuary for their lingering bioetheric imprints, their memories, their emotions, their very essence, which over centuries had become absorbed by, and were now expressed through, a unique and highly specialized collection of flora. Each grave, Each mausoleum was surrounded by plants specifically chosen, or perhaps cultivated, by generations of thorn gardeners to resonate with and give form to the echo of the interred. "The weeping willow of widow hemlock," Silas murmured, gesturing towards a magnificent ancient tree whose branches drooped like cascades of green sorrow, "still sighs with her unending grief. The blood roses of Captain Marlowe," he indicated, a patch of impossibly dark crimson roses, whose thorns seemed almost preternaturally sharp, "bleed with the rage of his violent end." "The silent bells of young Alara Finch." He pointed to a cluster of delicate, bell-shaped flowers that emitted no discernible scent, but seemed to vibrate with a faint, almost inaudible hum. "Still hold the echo of her lost song." Alara, the paleobotanist, who had theorized about such phenomena, felt a thrill of horrified validation. This was it. The living proof of her discredited theories. A vast, sentient garden of memory and emotion. Her primary task, Silas explained, was to maintain the harmonic balance of this echo garden, to identify plants that were becoming over-resonant or discordantly silent, to prune away the weeds of despair or nurture the fragile blossoms of forgotten joy. She was, in essence, to become a gardener of souls, a cultivator of memories. She was given the small stone groundskeeper's cottage. It was sparsely furnished but clean, with a well-stocked library of ancient botanical texts and Thorn family journals detailing the esoteric horticultural practices of Hollowvale. The first few weeks were an overwhelming immersion into a world that defied conventional science. Alara walked the winding paths of Hollowvale, her senses heightened, her scientific training battling with an older, more intuitive understanding. She learned to read the plants, to discern their subtle emotional signatures. The air around certain graves felt colder, heavier. The scent of particular blossoms would evoke vivid, inexplicable flashes of emotion. A pang of sudden grief, a surge of inexplicable anger, a fleeting moment of profound, anachronistic joy. The Thorn family journals were her guide. Generations of Thorns had tended this echo garden, each adding their own observations, their own esoteric techniques. They wrote of sympathetic pruning, of resonant grafting, of composting sorrows to nourish new blooms. They described rituals performed by moonlight, using tools crafted from silver and ancient bog oak, accompanied by chanted incantations in a forgotten guttural tongue. Alara began to practice these techniques, hesitantly at first, then with growing confidence. She found that the plants responded to her touch, to her focused intent. A wilting patch of forget-me-nots of lost innocence would revive when she cleared the choking ivy of regret that encroached upon their space. A cluster of nightshade of unspoken secrets would seem to pulse with a darker, more intense energy after she had whispered to them, sharing some of her own carefully guarded academic frustrations. But the restless echoes Silas had spoken of were becoming more apparent. In the oldest section of the cemetery, a shadowed, overgrown hollow, known as the Vale of Sighs, the atmosphere was particularly oppressive. Here, the plants were gnarled, twisted, their blossoms stunted, their leaves a sickly, bruised purple. A constant, low, mournful sighing seemed to emanate from the very earth, a chorus of unresolved grief that chilled Alara to the bone. Silas explained that this was where the unreconciled echoes resided. Souls whose lives had ended in violence, in despair, in profound, unabsolved regret. Their discordant energies were poisoning the surrounding flora, threatening to spread throughout the entire echo garden. The veil requires a significant reharmonization, Miss Vance, Silas had said, his faded blue eyes troubled. A task that has been beyond my strength for many seasons. The sorrow there, it is too deep, too raw. Elara knew this was her true test. This was why she had been summoned. She began her work in the Vale of Sighs with a mixture of scientific curiosity and a growing primal fear. The air here was thick, cloying, heavy with the scent of decay and a palpable psychic pain. The plants recoiled from her touch, their leaves wilting, their thorns bared. The mournful sighing intensified, coalescing into distinct, tormented whispers, betrayed, unavenged, forgotten. She found the grave of one Alistair Blackwood. The Blackwood name, a dark counterpoint to the Thorn lineage, seemed to haunt these shadowed places of memory. He had been a 19th century physician, the Thorn journals revealed, who had experimented on the inmates of a nearby asylum, his cruelty legendary, his own end violent and unmourned. His grave was surrounded by a dense thicket of thorns of retribution, their barbs long and needle-sharp, their blossoms small, black, and emitting a faint, acrid odor. The entire area around his grave pulsed with a cold, furious energy. This, Elara sensed, was the epicenter of the Vale's dissonance. Blackwood's unrepentant, malevolent echo was poisoning the garden. She knew she couldn't simply prune or replant. Blackwood's echo was too strong, too deeply rooted. She needed a more direct approach. She remembered a passage from one of the oldest Thorn journals, describing a ritual of sympathetic transference, a way to draw out and absorb a particularly virulent echo using a specially cultivated vessel bloom. The vessel bloom, the journal explained, was a rare, night-blooming orchid that grew only in the deepest, most shadowed parts of Hollow Vale. It had no scent, no color of its own, its petals a translucent, almost invisible white. It was a blank slate, a psychic sponge, capable of absorbing and neutralizing even the most potent emotional energies. But the ritual was dangerous. The gardener who performed it risked becoming overwhelmed by the absorbed echo, their own psyche consumed by the transferred trauma. Elara found a single, perfect vessel bloom, growing in the shadow of a crumbling mausoleum, its translucent petals unfurled in the twilight gloom. She carefully uprooted it, its roots disturbingly warm and pliable, and carried it back to the Vale of Sighs. As dusk settled, casting long, grasping shadows across the tormented landscape, she began the ritual. She cleared a small space before Alistair Blackwood's grave, placing the vessel bloom in the center. She lit a circle of tallow candles, their flames flickering in the still, heavy air. She began to chant the words from the Thorn journal, her voice low and steady, weaving a counter-melody to the mournful sighing of the Vale. The effect was immediate and terrifying. The thorns of retribution around Blackwood's grave began to writhe, their black blossoms opening like hungry mouths, their thorns extending, questing. The air grew colder, the scent of decay and acrid fury more intense. A shadowy form began to coalesce above the grave, a figure of pure, malevolent darkness, its eyes burning with an ancient, unholy light. Alistair Blackwood's echo. It lunged towards Elara, not physically, but psychically, a wave of pure, concentrated hatred and despair washing over her, threatening to drown her in its icy grip. But Elara held firm. She focused her will, her empathy, her botanical knowledge on the vessel bloom. She poured her own energy into it, urging it to open, to receive, to absorb. The vessel bloom responded. Its translucent petals began to glow with a faint, internal light. It unfurled further, its delicate structure seeming to expand, to become a beacon in the encroaching darkness. And it began to draw in Blackwood's echo. The shadowy form above the grave recoiled, then was pulled inexorably towards the glowing orchid. It thrashed, it shrieked, a silent, psychic scream that tore at Alara's mind. But it could not resist the vessel bloom's gentle, implacable pull. Slowly, agonizingly, the darkness of Blackwood's echo was drawn into the translucent petals of the orchid. The flower itself began to change. Its petals darkened, vein by vein, from a pure, luminous white to a bruised, mottled purple, then to a deep, resonant black. The acrid scent of fury was replaced by the flower's own, now subtly different, fragrance, a scent of cold stone, of ancient dust, of absolved sorrow. When the last vestige of Blackwood's echo had been absorbed, the vessel bloom pulsed once, a deep, resonant thrum, then slowly closed its now black petals, its task complete. The veil of sighs fell silent. The oppressive cold lifted. The mournful sighing ceased. The thorns of retribution around Blackwood's grave seemed to relax, their barbs retracting, their black blossoms fading to a less aggressive, almost contemplative, shade of gray. Alara collapsed, exhausted but triumphant. She had done it. She had reharmonized the veil. Silas Thorne was there, emerging from the shadows as if he had been watching all along. His ancient face was etched with a profound respect. "You have a rare gift, Miss Vance," he whispered, his voice filled with a quiet awe. "The Thorne blood runs truer in you than in many who bore the name. You are not just a gardener, you are a true custodian of the echoes." Alara remained at Hollowvale for many years, long after her initial contract had expired. She became more than just a groundskeeper. She became a part of the Echo Garden, its rhythms her own, its secrets her sacred trust. She learned to cultivate the unique flora, to listen to their subtle whispers, to guide their emotional resonances, to maintain the delicate, ever-shifting harmony of the place. She discovered that the Thorne family themselves were not buried in Hollowvale in any conventional sense. Their echoes, upon their passing, were absorbed by the heartwood tree, a colossal ancient oak that stood in the very center of the cemetery, its roots delving deep into the island's bedrock, its branches reaching towards the sky like 1,000 supplicating arms. The heartwood tree was the true custodian of Hollowvale, its consciousness the repository of generations of Thorne gardeners, their knowledge, their wisdom, their sorrow, all woven into its living wood. Silas Thorne, she realized, was not just a man. He was an avatar, an extension of the heartwood's will. Alara learned to commune with the heartwood, to understand its slow, ancient thoughts, to feel its deep, resonant connection to every plant, every echo, every forgotten soul within the cemetery's bounds. She never published her findings on residual bioetheric imprints. The world, she knew, was not ready for the truths that lay hidden in places like Hollowvale. And some gardens, some secrets, were best left undisturbed. Their fragile ecosystems tended only by those with the understanding, the empathy, and the courage to listen to their silent, sorrowful songs. She grew old in Hollow Vale, her own life, becoming intertwined with the ancient rhythms of the Echo Garden. Her hair turned silver, like the moss on the oldest headstones. Her eyes took on the faded, forget-me-not blue of Silas Thorne's. Her hands, gnarled and earth-stained, knew the language of every root, every blossom, every whispering leaf. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist lay thick upon the valley, Ilara Vance, the last true botanist of Blackwood Fen, walked to the heartwood tree. She laid her hand upon its ancient, furrowed bark. She closed her eyes, and with a soft, contented sigh, she let her own echo merge with its vast, compassionate consciousness. Her cottage stands empty now, but not silent. The wind still whispers through the eaves, carrying the scent of dried herbs and old, turned earth. And sometimes, if a visitor with a sensitive heart and a listening soul were to wander the overgrown paths of Hollowvale Cemetery, they might see her, a faint, ethereal figure, tending the weeping willow of Widow Hemlock, or whispering to the blood roses of Captain Marlowe, or simply standing in quiet communion with the silent bells of a long-lost namesake. For the echo, garden of Hollow Vale endures, its sorrows harmonized, its memories preserved, its strange, beautiful, and terrifying flora tended by the unseen hands of its eternal spectral gardeners. The silence of the cemetery is not an emptiness, but a chorus of a million whispered stories, a testament to the enduring power of memory, of emotion, and of the strange, symbiotic dance between life, death, and the ancient, sentient earth itself. The echoes, after all, are always waiting for a new gardener to understand their silent, verdant language. And the heartwood remembers all. The summons to the Blackwood Athenaeum arrived not as a formal letter, but as a single pressed leaf from a ginkgo tree, its veins like an intricate, ancient script, tucked inside a rare first edition Arthur Finch had acquired at a dusty antiquarian book fair. Arthur, a bibliophile whose academic specialty was liminal literature, texts rumored to exist on the threshold between known reality and other stranger dimensions, felt an immediate, almost illicit, thrill. The Blackwood Athenaeum was a legend in his esoteric circles, a mythical library said to house a collection of wandering tomes, books whose contents, and sometimes even their physical locations, shifted according to arcane, unknown laws. The enclosed note, penned in a spidery, archaic hand on what felt like brittle, age-yellowed papyrus, was from one Silas Thorne, custodian of the shifting shelves. It spoke of a critical desynchronization within the Athenaeum, of narratives unraveling and texts bleeding into one another. It requested Arthur's unique expertise in navigating unstable textual realities, to recatalog the dissonances and restore the concordance. The remuneration, hinted at rather than explicitly stated, was access to the Athenaeum's deepest, most forbidden archives. For Arthur, this was a lure more potent than any monetary sum. The Blackwood Athenaeum, he discovered after a disorienting journey, involving a series of unmarked trains and a final fog-shrouded ferry to a remote, unnamed island off the coast of Nova Scotia, was not a building in any conventional sense. It was a colossal organic structure that seemed to have grown from the island's bedrock, a labyrinth of interconnected chambers and spiraling towers crafted from what looked like solidified, ancient paper. Its walls and ceilings covered in a dense overlapping script in 1,000 forgotten languages. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment, crumbling leather, antique ink, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible hum, like the collective whisper of a million turning pages. Silas Thorne met him at a vast, arching doorway that seemed to ripple and shift as if made of living vellum. Thorne was a figure of indeterminate age, his form gaunt and stooped, draped in a robe woven from what looked like strips of ancient manuscript. His face, barely visible within the depths of his hood, was a network of fine lines like cracked parchment, and his eyes, when they caught the faint internal luminescence that pulsed from the Athenaeum's walls, glowed with a weary, ancient wisdom. His voice was a dry, rustling whisper, like brittle pages turning in a draft. "Mr. Finch," Thorne rasped, his gaze unnervingly direct, seeming to read the unspoken questions in Arthur's mind. "The Athenaeum, it remembers your lineage. The Finches have always been sensitive to the stories. The concordance weakens. The wandering tomes grow restless." He led Arthur through a bewildering maze of corridors that seemed to defy Euclidean geometry, their walls lined with shelves that stretched into impossible, receding distances, crammed with books of every conceivable size, shape, and binding. Some were familiar, if rare, editions. Others were utterly alien, their covers crafted from strange, unidentifiable materials, their titles written in shifting, luminous glyphs. "The Blackwood Athenaeum is not a mere collection of books, Mr. Finch," Thorne explained, his voice barely disturbing the profound, rustling silence. "It is a living repository of all stories, told and untold, written and unwritten, remembered and forgotten. It is the place where narratives converge, where realities bleed. The wandering tomes are its heart, its consciousness. They are not static. They evolve. They interact. They dream." Arthur's task, Thorne elaborated, was to enter the locus of narratives, the Athenaeum's central, most unstable core, and, using his innate sensitivity to textual energies and a set of resonance keys, antique, silver-chased styluses that hummed with a faint internal power, to identify the discordant narratives that were causing the desynchronization. He was to recatalog their dissonances, to gently guide them back into alignment with the great concordance, the underlying harmonic structure of all possible stories. He was given a small, surprisingly cozy scriptorium deep within the Athenaeum, its walls lined with empty, expectant shelves. It contained a comfortable leather armchair, a sturdy writing desk, and a single, ever-burning candle, whose flame cast shadows that seemed to dance with unspoken narratives. The first few days were an exercise in profound, almost hallucinatory, disorientation. The Athenaeum was a place outside of conventional time and space. Corridors would shift their layout overnight. Rooms would appear and disappear. Books he had been reading would vanish from his desk, only to reappear days later on a distant shelf, their contents subtly, disturbingly altered. The silence of the Athenaeum was not empty. It was pregnant with unspoken words, with the rustling of a million phantom pages, with the faint, almost subliminal hum of the wandering tomes dreaming their endless shifting stories. He began to explore, the resonance keys clutched in his hand. He learned to navigate by the subtle shifts in the Athenaeum's ambient textual energy, by the scent of different narratives, the metallic tang of ancient epics, the cloying sweetness of forgotten romances, the acrid bitterness of cautionary tales. The wandering tomes themselves were alive. He would see them moving on the shelves, subtly rearranging themselves, their leather spines seeming to breathe. Sometimes, as he passed, a book would fall open, its pages riffling as if in greeting, revealing a passage that seemed uncannily relevant to his own thoughts, his own unspoken anxieties. He found Thorne's private study, a circular chamber at the heart of a particularly unstable nexus of corridors. It was filled with star charts that depicted not constellations, but narrative clusters, and timelines that branched and converged like the roots of some ancient cosmic tree. Thorne's journals, bound in what looked like solidified ink, chronicled his centuries-long custodianship of the Athenaeum, his endless struggle to maintain the great concordance against the entropic pull of narrative decay, and the incursions of rogue memes, parasitic stories that sought to replicate themselves by consuming and corrupting others. The anomaly of the crimson quill intensifies, one entry read, the script itself seeming to writhe on the page. It whispers a story of absolute endings, of a universe where all narratives converge into a single, silent, unread page. It seeks to unwrite the Athenaeum. The resonance keys grow cold in my hand. Another entry lamented. My own narrative thread phrase. I can no longer discern the true song of the concordance from the siren call of the dissonances. A new librarian is needed. One whose story is not yet fully written. Arthur understood. He was that new librarian, and the anomaly of the crimson quill was the source of the current desynchronization. He began to sense its presence, a cold, creeping void in the textual landscape of the Athenaeum. It manifested as patches of narrative silence, areas where the books on the shelves were blank, their pages empty, their stories erased. It was a creeping blight of unmeaning, spreading through the library, threatening to consume all stories, all possibilities. The whispers in the Athenaeum grew more agitated, more fearful. The wandering tomes seemed to recoil from these silent, empty spaces, their collective hum turning into a discordant, anxious buzz. Arthur knew he had to confront the crimson quill. He followed the trail of erased narratives, the resonance keys in his hand growing colder, their hum becoming a painful, high-pitched whine. He descended into the deepest, most ancient archives of the Athenaeum, levels where the air was thick with the dust of forgotten eons, where the books were bound in stone and metal, their languages so ancient they predated human speech. He found it in a vast circular scriptorium, its domed ceiling lost in shadow. In the center, on a pedestal of black, light-absorbing obsidian, lay a single exquisite quill, its feather a deep, vibrant crimson, its nib as sharp as a surgeon's scalpel. It radiated an aura of profound, absolute silence, a silence that was not peaceful, but annihilating. And beside it, hunched over a massive open ledger whose pages were utterly, terrifyingly blank, sat a figure. It was Alara Thorne, his great aunt. Or rather, what had once been Alara Thorne. Her form was translucent, ethereal, her face a mask of serene, nihilistic emptiness. Her eyes were closed, but her hands, guided by an unseen force, moved the crimson quill across the blank page, not writing, but unwriting, erasing. With each stroke of the quill, Arthur felt a corresponding narrative thread within the Athenaeum, within his own mind. Flicker and die, Alara, he whispered, his voice barely audible above the profound, consuming silence. Her translucent eyelids fluttered open. Her eyes were voids, reflecting nothing. The story ends, Arthur. Her voice echoed in his mind. A voice like dry, crumbling parchment. All stories end. The crimson quill merely accelerates the inevitable. It offers the peace of the unwritten, the solace of the void. There is no peace in annihilation, Arthur said, his voice gaining strength. Stories are life. They are memory. They are meaning. Ilara smiled, a faint, chilling expression. Meaning is an illusion, nephew, a fleeting pattern in an ocean of chaos. The quill offers truth, the truth of ultimate perfect silence. She raised the crimson quill, its tip glowing with a faint, hungry light. Your story is almost complete, Arthur. Join us in the great unreading. Arthur felt a terrible, seductive pull. The weariness of his own struggles, the allure of an end to all striving, all meaning, all pain. It would be so easy to surrender, to let his own narrative be erased, to become another blank page in the ledger of oblivion. But he thought of the wandering tomes, their vibrant, chaotic, beautiful stories. He thought of the Athenaeum, this impossible, magnificent repository of all that had been, and all that might be. He thought of his own small, insignificant, yet precious story. He raised the resonance keys. They hummed in his hand, their silver surfaces glowing with a warm, defiant light. I am a librarian, Aunt Ilara, he said, his voice ringing with a conviction he hadn't known he possessed. And my purpose is not to erase stories, but to preserve them, to share them, to ensure they are read. He pointed the resonance keys at the crimson quill. He didn't try to destroy it. He knew that was impossible. Instead, he focused all his will, all his understanding of narrative structure, of textual harmony, and he began to write. Not with ink and paper, but with pure conceptual energy. He wove a new story, a counter-narrative, around the crimson quill, around Ilara, around the very concept of the great unreading. He told a story of a quill that did not erase, but illuminated, of a silence that was not an ending, but a pause, a space for new stories to be born. He told a story of an Ilara Thorn who was not a harbinger of oblivion, but a guardian of thresholds, a keeper of the delicate balance between the written and the unwritten. His story, his counter-narrative, flowed from the resonance keys like a river of light, surrounding the crimson quill, intertwining with Ilara's ethereal form. She cried out, a sound like 1,000 ancient pages tearing. The crimson quill pulsed erratically, its hungry light faltering. The blank ledger before her began to fill with script, not Ilara's, not Arthur's, but a new, vibrant, multifaceted language, the language of infinite, unwritten possibilities. The aura of annihilating silence around them shattered, replaced by a cacophony of sound. The rustle of 1,000,000 turning pages, the murmur of 1,000 emergent narratives, the triumphant, harmonious hum of the reawakened Athenaeum, Ilara Thorn, or the echo of her that had been bound to the crimson quill, looked at Arthur, her void-like eyes now holding a flicker of something else. Not gratitude, perhaps, but a dawning, reluctant understanding. The story changes, she whispered, her form beginning to fade, to dissolve not into oblivion, but into the swirling, vibrant energies of the Athenaeum itself. The library endures. The crimson quill fell from her fading grasp, clattering onto the obsidian pedestal. Its hungry light was extinguished. It was just a quill now, beautiful, but inert. Arthur stood alone in the scriptorium, the resonance keys humming softly in his hand. The blank ledger was no longer blank. It was filled with the first lines of a million new stories, waiting to be written, to be read, to be lived. He had done it. He had reharmonized the Athenaeum. He had given the library a new narrative, a new lease on, well, not life perhaps, but on existence. Silas Thorne was waiting for him in the locus of narratives. The custodian's shadowy form seemed less stooped, his ancient eyes holding a new, almost imperceptible light. "The concordance is restored, Librarian Finch," the rustling voice echoed. "You have rewritten the ending, a feat no Thorne has accomplished in millennia." Arthur remained at the Blackwood Athenaeum. He did not become its prisoner, nor did he lose himself in its labyrinthine, shifting realities. He became its true librarian, its active, conscious partner in the endless, evolving dance of narrative. He learned to navigate its shifting corridors, to read its living, breathing books, to converse with its myriad textual intelligences. He learned that the Athenaeum was not just a repository of stories, but a crucible where new stories were forged, where realities were born and unmade and rewritten. He still uses the resonance keys, not to impose order, but to discern the emerging patterns, to gently guide the flow of narrative, to ensure that no single story, no matter how powerful or seductive, overwhelms the delicate, chaotic, beautiful harmony of the Great Concordance. He knows that the crimson quill still lies in its shadowed scriptorium, its potential for unmaking, dormant, but not destroyed. He knows that other dissonances, other rogue narratives, will inevitably arise. The work of a librarian in a place like the Blackwood Athenaeum is never truly done. But Arthur Finch, the once struggling bibliophile, has found his purpose. He is a guardian of stories, a navigator of shifting realities, a keeper of the infinite, rustling, whispering library at the edge of all known worlds. And sometimes, late at night, when the Athenaeum hums with the dreams of a million sleeping tomes, he takes out a blank vellum-bound book and his own, simple fountain pen, and he begins to write. Not as a scribe, transcribing the voices of others, but as an author, adding his own small human story to the vast, eternal, and ever-changing collection of the Blackwood Athenaeum. For he understands now that every story, no matter how humble, contributes to the Great Concordance, and that even in a library of infinite possibilities, each new voice, each new narrative, matters. The silence of the Athenaeum is the sound of potential, of a million beginnings waiting for a reader and a writer, brave enough to turn the page. The advertisement, tucked into the classifieds of a dusty, small-town newspaper found by chance in a forgotten railway station cafe, was for a resident apiarist with an affinity for nocturnal ecosystems. It mentioned a secluded estate, somnolence, hollow, a unique strain of Apis mellifera somnium, and a generous stipend for a candidate of quiet disposition and patient observation. For Clara Holloway, an entomologist whose academic career had been quietly derailed by her unorthodox research into the psychoactive properties of rare pollens and the potential for insectile telepathy, the ad felt like a sign, a bizarrely specific summons. Somnolence Hollow, she discovered after a long, winding drive into the deeply forested, perpetually twilit hills of rural Appalachia, was less an estate and more a forgotten world. A sprawling antebellum manor, its white paint peeling like sunburnt skin, its wide verandas sagging, lay nestled in a valley wreathed in an almost constant pearlescent mist. The air was thick, still, and carried the scent of damp earth, decaying, leaves, overripe fruit, and something else. A faint, cloyingly sweet, almost soporific fragrance, like 1,000 unfamiliar night-blooming flowers. The grounds were a riot of overgrown, untamed gardens, where strange pale blossoms unfurled in the perpetual twilight, and vines with dark, velvety leaves snaked around ancient, gnarled trees. And everywhere there was the sound, a low, pervasive, almost subliminal hum, the collective thrum of countless tiny wings. She was met on the cracked flagstone path by a woman who seemed to materialize from the mist itself. She was tall, slender, draped in a flowing gown of dark, indeterminate fabric that seemed to absorb the faint light. Her face, framed by a cascade of silver-white hair, was ageless, her skin like pale porcelain, her eyes the color of a twilight sky, holding a profound, unnerving stillness. She introduced herself as Seraphina Thorne, custodian of the hollow and keeper of the dream bees. Her voice was a low, melodious whisper, like the distant drone of a cello. "Miss Holloway," Seraphina said, her gaze direct and strangely soothing. "Your arrival is timely. The hive is restless. The nectar of whispers. It flows erratically." She didn't ask for Clara's credentials. It was as if her suitability had been predetermined by some unseen force. Seraphina led her through the overgrown gardens, past crumbling statues half swallowed by ivy, to a series of ornate antique beehives, larger and more intricately carved than any Clara had ever seen. They were crafted from a dark, almost black wood, and seemed to hum with a palpable internal energy. These, Seraphina explained, were the homes of Apis mellifera somnium, the dream bees of Somnolence Hollow. "They are not like other bees, Miss Holloway," Seraphina whispered, her pale hand hovering near one of the humming hives. "They gather nectar not just from flowers, but from other sources. From the dreams of the sleeping, from the forgotten memories that linger in the twilight places. Their honey, it is potent. It can open doors to other landscapes." Clara, the entomologist whose theories had been dismissed as fanciful, felt a shiver of horrified validation. This was beyond even her wildest speculations. Her duties, Seraphina explained, were to tend the dream bees, to monitor their health, to understand their complex nocturnal rhythms, and most importantly, to harmonize their gathering. The previous apiarist, an old man named Silas, a name that seemed to echo in these forgotten places of strange legacies, had passed on some months ago, and since then, the hive had grown agitated. The nectar of whispers, the unique, psychotropic honey they produced, becoming increasingly erratic, its effects unpredictable. Clara was given a suite of rooms in a secluded wing of the manor, overlooking the humming twilight gardens. The rooms were filled with antique furniture draped in faded velvet, and the air was thick with the scent of dried herbs and that pervasive, soporific floral fragrance. Her research equipment, microscopes, specimen jars, recording devices, seemed almost brutally modern in this timeless, languid setting. The first few days were an exercise in sensory immersion and profound disorientation. The rhythms of Somnolence Hollow were dictated not by the sun, but by the moon, by the shifting tides of the mist, by the subtle, almost imperceptible hum of the dream bees. Clara found her own sleep patterns altering, her dreams becoming extraordinarily vivid, filled with strange, fleeting images and half-remembered conversations that were not her own. She began to study the dream bees. They were larger than common honeybees, their bodies a deep velvety black, their wings almost translucent, their hum a lower, more resonant frequency. They foraged only in the deepest twilight and the dead of night, drawn to the strange, pale, night-blooming flowers that filled the hollow's gardens. Flowers whose nectar, Clara discovered, contained complex alkaloids and psychoactive compounds, previously unknown to science. But they also seemed to be drawn to something else. She would observe them hovering near the windows of the old manor, their tiny bodies pressed against the ancient glass, as if listening. She would find them clustered around old, forgotten objects in the overgrown gardens. A child's rusted tricycle, a discarded porcelain doll, a weathered stone bench, their antennae twitching, their wings vibrating with a strange, focused intensity. Seraphina Thorne was an enigmatic presence, appearing and disappearing like a figure from a dream. She would share cryptic insights into the bees' behavior, into the nature of the nectar, of whispers. "They are weavers, Miss Holloway," she once murmured, her twilight eyes fixed on a swarm of bees returning to their hive, their legs heavy with pollen of an unearthly, shimmering gold. They weave the threads of forgotten dreams into a tapestry of shared consciousness. The hollow itself is a dreaming mind. Clara found Silas's journals in a dusty, locked cabinet in what had once been a conservatory, now a riot of overgrown, bioluminescent fungi. The journals were filled with meticulous observations of the dream bees, but also with increasingly erratic, disturbing entries about the shared dream of the hollow, and the whispering sickness that afflicted those who consumed too much of the nectar, or who listened too closely to the hive's song. "The bees bring back fragments," one entry read, the script shaky. "A child's lost lullaby, a soldier's dying prayer, a lover's whispered promise. The nectar, it tastes of all of them. I fear I am forgetting which memories are my own." Seraphina says the hive is a bridge, another entry detailed. A bridge between what is and what has been, and what might yet dream itself into being. But some dreams, I fear, are best left undisturbed. The whispering sickness Silas wrote of began to manifest in Clara. She would hear faint, disembodied voices in the humming of the bees, in the rustle of leaves, in the creak of the old manor's timbers. She would experience flashes of other people's memories, vivid and intrusive. The terror of a young woman fleeing through a dark forest. The quiet despair of an old man watching his life's work crumble. The innocent joy of a child chasing fireflies in a summer meadow. Her own dreams became indistinguishable from these borrowed memories. Her sense of self, her own personal history, beginning to dissolve into the collective, dreaming consciousness of Somnolence Hollow. The nectar of whispers, which Seraphina encouraged her to sample. To better understand the hive's language, she'd said, was a potent, reality-bending substance. A single tiny drop on the tongue would send Clara spiraling into vivid, hallucinatory landscapes, into the dreams of others, into the forgotten histories of the hollow. It was addictive, terrifying, and utterly irresistible to her scientific, inquisitive mind. She realized that Somnolence Hollow and its dream bees were more than just a unique ecosystem. They were a psychic engine, a vast organic apparatus for the collection, distillation, and perhaps the amplification of dreams and memories. And Seraphina Thorne, she was not just its custodian. She was its high priestess, its central sentient core. The imbalance Seraphina had spoken of became terrifyingly clear. The hive was indeed restless. The bees were gathering more than just dreams and memories now. They were beginning to draw in raw, undiluted emotion. Fear, despair, madness. The nectar of whispers was becoming tainted, its effects increasingly dark, increasingly chaotic. The discordant pollens were not from flowers, but from the fractured, tormented minds of those whose dreams the bees now harvested. Clara found a hidden chamber deep beneath the manor, accessible only by a secret passage behind a crumbling, moss-covered mausoleum in the oldest part of the gardens. The chamber was vast, circular, its walls lined with what looked like honeycombs. Not wax, but a strange, crystalline, amber-like substance, pulsing with a faint, internal light. And within each cell of these crystalline combs, she saw not honey, but trapped dreams. Swirling iridescent images, like miniature self-contained universes of forgotten memories and emotions. In the center of the chamber, on a raised dais of black volcanic rock, lay a figure. Not Seraphina, but someone else. A man, ancient and desiccated, his body almost entirely encased in the amber-like crystal, only his face and one outstretched hand visible. His eyes were closed, his expression one of profound, eternal slumber. This, Clara knew with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, was Silas, the previous apiarist. He had not passed on. He had become part of the hive, part of the shared dream. A permanent, resonant note in its eternal humming symphony. And beside him, there was an empty space. A space just large enough for another. Seraphina was there, emerging from the shadows as if she had been waiting for Clara to make this discovery. Her twilight eyes held a profound, almost sorrowful understanding. Silas. He resonated too deeply with the hive's sorrow. She whispered, her voice like the sigh of 1,000 dormant bees. He could no longer distinguish his dreams from theirs. He chose to join the chorus, to become a permanent note in the nectar of whispers. She gestured towards the empty space beside Silas. The hive requires a new anchor, Miss Holloway. A new dreamweaver. Someone to harmonize the discordant notes, to filter the tainted nectars. Someone to dream for the hollow. Clara felt a wave of terror, so profound it almost stopped her heart. This was not a job. It was a sacrifice. She was not meant to be a caretaker. She was meant to be consumed. Her mind, her memories, her very essence were to become the next vintage of the nectar of whispers, the next layer in the hive's crystalline library of dreams. No, Clara whispered, backing away. I won't. Seraphina's smile was faint, sad, almost pitying. The choice is rarely ours, Miss Holloway. The hive, it has already chosen you. Your unique sensitivities, your understanding of the unseen connections. You are already part of its song. And Clara felt it then. The pull, the irresistible soporific lure of the shared dream. The humming of the bees, which had become a constant, soothing background to her existence, now intensified, resonating deep within her skull, calling to her, promising an end to striving, to loneliness, to the harsh, waking world. It promised oblivion, a sweet, dream-filled, eternal slumber. She thought of her own research, her controversial theories, her academic isolation. Had it all been leading to this? To become a footnote in some ancient parasitic dream cycle? She fought it. She clung to her own memories, to her scientific training, to the fading echoes of her own individual identity. She focused on the image of a single defiant wildflower pushing its way through a crack in a city pavement, a symbol of resilience, of life persisting against the odds. The humming of the hive faltered, a discordant note of surprise entering its usually seamless chorus. Seraphina's serene expression flickered, a hint of something akin to frustration in her ancient twilight eyes. "You resist?" Seraphina whispered, her voice losing some of its melodious calm. "Few have the peace of the shared dream. It is usually so persuasive." "This isn't peace," Clara said, her voice shaking but firm. "It's stagnation. It's a beautiful, terrible prison of forgotten dreams. And I choose to wake up." She turned and fled, scrambling up the hidden passage, back into the oppressive twilight gardens of Somnolence Hollow. The humming of the hive pursued her, a wave of psychic pressure, trying to pull her back, to lull her into surrender. She knew she couldn't just leave the hollow. The bees, the nectar, Seraphina herself, they were too deeply entwined with her own consciousness now. She had tasted the nectar. She had dreamed the shared dream. A part of her would always belong to this place, but she could, perhaps, change the song. She remembered her own research, the psychoactive pollens, the potential for insectile telepathy. What if she could introduce a new note into the hive's chorus? A note of awareness, of choice? She went to her makeshift laboratory in the manor. She had brought with her samples of a rare, almost mythical Amazonian orchid, La Orquídea del Despertar, the orchid of awakening. Its pollen, according to obscure indigenous lore, did not induce dreams, but clarity. A stark, sometimes brutal, awareness of reality. It was a dangerous, unpredictable substance, one she had never dared to experiment with extensively. Now, she had no choice. She carefully extracted a small amount of the orchid's potent golden pollen. She took it to the largest, most active dream bee hive, the one that seemed to be the epicenter of the hollow's psychic energy. The bees, usually so placid, so dreamily indifferent, reacted instantly to the orchid's alien scent. They swarmed, their humming rising to an agitated, almost angry buzz. Clara, her heart pounding, her own mind reeling from the psychic backlash, held out the pollen on a small silver dish. She focused her will, her intent, projecting not a command, but an offering, an alternative, a different kind of nectar. A single, large, black dream bee, its wings shimmering with an almost regal iridescence. The queen, perhaps, landed on the edge of the dish. It hesitated, its antennae twitching, then, slowly, it dipped its proboscis into the golden pollen. The effect was instantaneous and cataclysmic. The queen bee convulsed, its body vibrating with an intense, almost unbearable energy. The humming of the entire hive shattered, fragmenting into a million discordant shrieks. Then, silence. A silence so profound, so absolute, it was like the death of a universe. The dream bees fell from the air like black rain, their tiny bodies littering the ground around the hive. The pale, night-blooming flowers in the garden withered, their petals curling, their soporific perfume fading. The mist that perpetually wreathed Somnolence Hollow began to thin, to dissipate, revealing, for the first time in centuries perhaps, the stark, clear light of a dawning sun. Clara stumbled back, her own mind reeling from the psychic shockwave. She had done it. She had awakened Somnolence Hollow. She found Seraphina Thorne in the central chamber of her woven dwelling by the Oraculum Florae. The heartbloom lily lay wilted, its magnificent petals blackened, its internal light extinguished. Seraphina herself seemed diminished. Her ageless beauty was fading, her skin taking on the texture of dried parchment, her silver-white hair losing its luster. Her twilight eyes, when they met Clara's, held not anger, but a profound, weary sadness. "The dream is broken," Seraphina whispered, her voice thin, fragile, almost human. "The hive sleeps a true sleep now. The nectar of whispers. It is no more." "What will happen to you?" Clara asked, a strange pang of sympathy, of loss, echoing in her own now clearer mind. Seraphina smiled, a faint, ghostly expression. "I am the keeper of the dream bees, Miss Holloway. Without their dream, I am but a fading echo." Her form began to shimmer, to grow translucent. "The hollow. It will return to the mundane world now. Its magic will sleep. Perhaps that is as it should be." She dissolved then, like mist in the morning sun, leaving behind only the faint scent of dried herbs and the lingering bittersweet fragrance of 1,000 forgotten dreams. Clara Holloway left Somnolence Hollow that day. The manor, in the stark light of reality, looked merely old, dilapidated. Its Gothic grandeur faded into a poignant decay. The gardens were overgrown, yes, but with ordinary earthly plants. Their strange, luminous blossoms now just flowers. The air was clean, fresh, carrying only the scent of damp earth and pine. She never knew what became of the crystalline honeycombs deep beneath the manor, or of the amber-encased form of Silas, the previous apiarist. Some mysteries, she decided, were best left undisturbed. She returned to her life, her research, but she was forever changed. She had walked in the dreams of others, had tasted the nectar of whispers, had communed with the sentient heart of a dreaming valley. Her own dreams were now her own again, but they were deeper, richer, tinged with a profound understanding of the hidden landscapes of the human psyche. She never published her findings on the dream bees of Somnolence Hollow. The world, she knew, was not ready for such truths, for such temptations. And some hollows, some dreams, were best left to their own quiet, slumbering oblivion. But sometimes, late at night, when the city is still and the moon hangs low and full, she takes out a single, pressed nightshade blossom, a memento from a place that now exists only in her memory and in the faintest, almost imperceptible hum that sometimes vibrates at the very edge of her hearing, the distant, sleeping song of the dream bees of Somnolence Hollow. A reminder that even in the most rational of worlds, the landscape of dreams is vast and ancient, and filled with a beauty and a terror that can swallow you whole if you listen too closely to its sweet, soporific whispers. The silence of the ordinary world now felt almost too loud. The summons arrived not as a letter, but as a single antique clock hand, its brass tarnished green with age, its delicate filigree pointing resolutely to a 13. It was found on Dr. Alistair Finch's doorstep, nestled within a bed of dried heather, the morning after a particularly unsettling dream involving a vast, silent moor and the rhythmic, inexorable ticking of an unseen timepiece. Alistair, a historian whose esoteric specialty was chronosophy, the study of temporal anomalies, and the folklore of places where time itself was said to behave erratically, felt an immediate, almost faded recognition. The clock hand was a symbol he'd encountered in obscure texts relating to the keepers of the Penhallow equation, a reclusive, almost mythical order rumored to tend a great chronometer hidden deep within the desolate, time-lost expanse of Penhallow Moor. The accompanying note, penned in a spidery, archaic script on what felt like brittle, sun-bleached vellum, was from one Silas Thorne, warden of the unfolding moment. It spoke of a critical desynchronization in the moor's temporal respiration, of echoes from unscheduled epochs bleeding through, and of a fracturing of the prime meridian, a concept that made Alistair's academic heart pound with a mixture of terror and exhilaration. His unique understanding of temporal mechanics and resonant chronal fields was urgently required. The remuneration, as was typical of these Thorne-related enterprises, was alluded to as access to a truth that transcends conventional measures of reward. Alistair, whose own theories on temporal echoes and localized chronal eddies had earned him little more than polite derision from his mainstream colleagues, found the summons impossible to ignore. Penhallow Moor was a place of legend in his rarefied field, a vast, featureless expanse in the bleakest, most remote corner of Northumberland, where the boundaries of past, present, and future were said to be permeable. The journey to Penhallow was a descent into increasing desolation and an unnerving, almost palpable stillness. The roads dwindled to sheep tracks, the sparse villages gave way to ruined crofts and standing stones ancient beyond memory. The moor itself, when he finally reached it, was a vast, undulating sea of purple heather and gray, lichen-stained granite, stretching to a horizon that seemed to shimmer and distort under a perpetually overcast sky. The air was thin, cold, and carried the scent of damp peat, wild thyme, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible metallic tang, like ozone, and the rhythmic, almost subliminal sensation of a slow, deep, impossibly vast ticking. Silas Thorne met him at a designated cromlech, a circle of weathered standing stones that hummed with a faint, almost inaudible energy. Thorne was a figure who seemed to have been hewn from the very granite of the moor. Ancient, gaunt, his face a network of deep-set wrinkles like dry riverbeds, his eyes the pale, distant blue of a winter sky. He was wrapped in a heavy, homespun shepherd's plaid and leaned upon a staff of gnarled black bog oak. His voice was a low, resonant rumble, like distant thunder or the slow turning of colossal gears. "Dr. Finch," Thorne said, his gaze piercing, seeming to strip away Alistair's academic pretensions, leaving only the raw, obsessive seeker of temporal truths. The equation falters, the unfolding, it stutters, the echoes of what should not be grow loud. He led Alistair not to a building, but into the moor itself, following almost invisible paths that wound between treacherous bogs and towering granite. Tors. The rhythmic subliminal ticking grew stronger, seeming to emanate from the very earth beneath their feet. The air grew colder, the light dimmer, though the sun still hung low in the western sky. Time itself felt viscous, distorted. Their destination, when they finally reached it after hours of disorienting travel, was a vast, circular depression in the heart of the moor, a natural amphitheater of black weathered stone. And in its center, half buried in the peat, its upper workings exposed to the elements, was the great chronometer of Penhallow. It was not a clock in any conventional sense. It was a colossal, intricate machine of unknown metals, crystal, and what looked like polished obsidian, its gears the size of millstones, its pendulums vast, slowly swinging monoliths, its escapement mechanism a bewildering array of interlocking non-Euclidean geometries. It hummed with a profound, ancient power, the rhythmic ticking now a palpable physical force that resonated in Alistair's chest, in his bones. The heart of Penhallow. Thorn rumbled, his gaze fixed on the vast, silent, yet deafeningly ticking machine. The prime meridian of this unique locale, it does not merely measure time, Dr. Finch. It anchors it. It weaves the threads of past, present, and future into a coherent, stable now. Or it did. Alistair, the chronosopher, felt a wave of awe so profound it bordered on religious terror. This was the mythical engine he had only dared to dream of, the physical manifestation of his most outlandish theories. A dissonance has entered the equation, Thorn continued, his voice heavy with a weary, ancient sorrow. A rogue variable, an echo from an unscheduled epoch. It disrupts the unfolding. It causes temporal fractures. Moments unmoor, repeat, or cease to exist altogether. The moor itself begins to unravel. Alistair's task, Thorn explained, was to enter the calibration chamber, a sealed subterranean vault directly beneath the great chronometer, and, using his innate sensitivity to chronal energies and a set of temporal resonators, antique, intricate devices of brass and crystal that Silas produced from a leather satchel, to identify this rogue temporal echo, to understand its origin and nature, and to reintegrate it into the silent, undifferentiated stream of potential pasts or futures. He was given a small, dry stone shepherd's hut on the edge of the depression as his lodging. It contained a peat fire, a straw pallet, and a collection of ancient vellum-bound texts, the annals of the keepers of Penhallow, detailing the esoteric rituals and complex mathematics required to maintain the great chronometer's delicate, precarious balance. The first few days were an exercise in profound, almost psychedelic disorientation. Time on Penhallow Moor was not linear. It looped, it skipped, it stretched and compressed like a faulty recording. Alistair would experience moments of déjà vu so intense they were physically nauseating. He would lose hours, even days, with no memory of their passing, only to find them replaying later, out of sequence. The sun would rise in the west, or set twice in a single perceived day. The stars above would shift into unfamiliar constellations. The echoes from unscheduled epochs began to manifest more overtly. He would see figures, translucent and flickering, walking the moor. Roman legionaries, their armor glinting anachronistically in the heather. Iron Age chieftains, their faces painted with woad. even, on one terrifying occasion, a towering, reptilian creature that defied any known paleontological record, its passage leaving behind the faint, sulfurous scent of a primordial swamp. These were not ghosts, Alistair realized, but temporal displacements, moments from other eras, bleeding through the fractured now. He found Silas Thorne's personal chronometer, not a timepiece, but a complex, multi-dialed instrument crafted from what looked like meteoritic iron and living wood, its hands moving in erratic, unpredictable patterns. Thorne's own journals, kept in a cipher, Alistair slowly began to decode, spoke of his own struggles to maintain the equation, of the increasing pressure from the outer times, and of a great unraveling that his predecessors had only managed to postpone, not prevent. The 13-handed clock ticks louder. One entry read, the ciphered script almost frantic. Its resonance calls to the lost moments, the aborted futures, the stillborn pasts. It seeks to weave them into a new, chaotic unfolding. The 13-handed clock. Alistair remembered the clock hand he had received, its filigree pointing to a 13, an impossible time, a non-existent hour, the sigil of the rogue epic. He knew he had to enter the calibration chamber. The moor was becoming increasingly unstable. The fabric of reality here was tearing, and he, with his fragile, human consciousness and his antique temporal resonators, was all that stood between this small, sacred pocket of anchored time and utter chaotic desynchronization. Silas Thorne led him to a narrow, almost invisible fissure in the rock beneath the great chronometer. The chamber awaits its horologist, he rumbled, his ancient eyes filled with a mixture of hope and profound, weary resignation. May your understanding be timely. The passage beyond was a descent into absolute darkness, and a silence so profound it seemed to negate the very concept of sound. The only illumination came from the faint, internal glow of the temporal resonators Alistair carried, their crystals pulsing with a soft, rhythmic light. The air grew colder, denser, and the rhythmic ticking of the great chronometer above faded, replaced by a new, more disturbing sound. A faint, almost inaudible, high-pitched whine, like the sound of time itself being stretched to its breaking point. The calibration chamber was a perfect sphere, its walls crafted from a seamless, black, obsidian-like material that seemed to absorb all light, all thought. In the center, suspended in a complex gimbal of what looked like solidified moonlight, was a single multifaceted crystal, no larger than a human heart. It pulsed with a faint, erratic light, its color shifting through a spectrum of impossible non-Euclidean hues. This, Alistair knew, was the prime meridian, the very anchor point of Penhallow's temporal stability, and it was fractured. A thin, dark spiderweb crack marred its perfect surface, and from this crack emanated the high-pitched whine, the rogue resonance, the echo of the 13-handed clock. As Alistair approached, the whine intensified, and the chamber was filled with a torrent of disorienting, overlapping temporal echoes. He saw visions of a future where Penhallow Moor was a desolate, crystalline wasteland under a black, starless sky. He saw a past where the Roman legions had never left, their ghostly cohort still marching across a perpetually frozen landscape. He saw a present where he himself was old, gaunt, a future Silas Thorne, forever bound to this desolate, time-lost place. The rogue epic, the future of the great stillness, was trying to overwrite him, to absorb his consciousness into its own entropic, inevitable timeline. He fought back, not with strength, but with knowledge. He activated the temporal resonators, their crystalline structures humming, their light intensifying, projecting a field of focused temporal stability. He thought of the principles of chronosophy, of the delicate balance of the Penhallow equation, of the intricate, beautiful dance of moments that constituted a coherent now. He focused on the crack in the prime meridian, crystal. He had to mend it. Not by physical means, but by reharmonizing its temporal frequency, by canceling out the rogue resonance of the 13-handed clock. He began to use the temporal resonators like tuning forks, striking them against each other, creating complex, interwoven chronal chords. He wasn't just manipulating energy, he was manipulating time itself, nudging errant moments back into alignment, smoothing out the jagged edges of the fractured now. It was like conducting an orchestra of pure conceptual temporality. He played with echoes of the moor's deep past. The slow grinding of glaciers, the first tentative bloom of heather, the ancient guttural chants of its earliest human inhabitants. He wove in the fleeting, fragile moments of its present, the cry of a curlew, the rustle of wind through dry grass, the distant bleating of a lost sheep, and he confronted the rogue future, the echo of the great stillness. He didn't try to erase it, to deny its potential. Instead, he acknowledged it. He wove its cold, silent, entropic song into his temporal symphony, but as a distant future possibility, not an immediate, overwhelming threat. He gave it its place in the unfolding, but a place far, far removed from Penhallow's fragile now. The prime meridian crystal pulsed, its fractured light steadying, the spiderweb crack beginning to fade. The high-pitched whine of the 13-handed clock softened, receded, then vanished, reabsorbed into the silent, undifferentiated stream of potential futures. The vision ceased. The cacophony of temporal echoes subsided. The calibration chamber fell silent, save for the gentle, rhythmic hum of the now harmonized prime meridian and the steady, reassuring ticking of the great chronometer far above. Alistair Finch stood in the center of the sphere, his body trembling with exhaustion, his mind reeling, but his spirit strangely serene. He had faced the unraveling of time itself, and he had, somehow, restored its fragile, precious order. He found Silas Thorne waiting for him at the entrance to the fissure, his ancient face illuminated by the first pale rays of a dawn that felt earned, real. The equation is balanced, Thorne rumbled, his voice holding a note of profound, almost disbelieving gratitude. The unfolding, it breathes again. You have done what no keeper has done since the first Thorne laid the foundation stone of the chronometer. Alistair remained on Penhallow Moor for many more seasons. He did not become its prisoner, nor did he lose himself in its temporal eddies. He became its horologist, its true warden of the unfolding moment. He worked alongside Silas Thorne, learning the deepest secrets of the great chronometer, the intricate mathematics of the Penhallow equation, the ancient rituals required to maintain the delicate balance between past, present, and future. He learned that Penhallow Moor was more than just a place where time was thin. It was a fulcrum, a point of immense temporal leverage, where the fate of not just this small, desolate corner of the world, but perhaps of far wider realities, was constantly being negotiated, rebalanced, rewritten. He never published his findings on chronosophy, The world he knew was not ready for such truths, for such responsibilities. And some equations, some harmonies, were best left undisturbed. Their delicate balance maintained only by those with the knowledge, the courage, and the profound, weary wisdom to understand their true, terrifying significance. Silas Thorne, his long vigil finally nearing its end, eventually faded, his essence reabsorbed into the ancient stones of the moor, his consciousness becoming another gentle, guiding echo within the great chronometer itself. Alistair Finch, the horologist of Penhallow Moor, continues his solitary watch. He walks the desolate, heather-choked landscape, his temporal resonators always to hand, listening to the subtle, rhythmic ticking of the earth, to the whispers of lost moments and potential futures. He knows that the 13-handed clock, the great stillness, the countless other rogue epics are always out there, in the vast, uncharted ocean of time, waiting for another fracture, another dissonance, another chance to unravel the fragile now. His work is eternal. The moor is vast, and the silence. The silence is filled with the profound, intricate, and terrifyingly beautiful music of time itself, a symphony that only he, the last keeper of the Penhallow equation, can truly hear, and, with a steady hand and a vigilant heart, continue to conduct. The ticking of the great chronometer is the heartbeat of his world, a constant reminder of the precious, precarious, and ever-unfolding miracle of the present moment. And he, Alistair Finch, is its devoted and perhaps eternal guardian. The summons arrived not as a letter, but as a single desiccated seahorse, its delicate skeletal form nestled within an antique velvet-lined box, left on Dr. Alistair Finch's doorstep. Alistair, a marine biologist whose career had become increasingly marginalized due to his unorthodox research into bioacoustic anomalies in abyssal ecosystems, specifically his controversial theory that certain deep-sea trenches acted as resonators for vast, sentient, and perhaps even predatory sonic entities, felt an immediate, almost primal recognition. The seahorse, with its subtly alien, almost draconic features, was the sigil of the keepers of the silent deep, a reclusive, almost mythical order, rumored to chart not just the ocean's currents, but its psychic tides. The accompanying note, penned in a spidery, archaic script on what felt like cured sharkskin, was from one Silas Thorne, custodian of the abyssal echoes. It spoke of a critical dissonance detected in the somnolent deeps, a vast, uncharted trench off the coast of a remote volcanic archipelago in the South Pacific. The harmonic resonance of the trench, Thorne's note explained, was fracturing, emitting erratic, predatory signals that were luring vessels and disrupting the ancient slumber of the oldest ones. Alistair's unique understanding of abyssal bioacoustics and resonant frequencies was urgently required. The remuneration, as was becoming a familiar pattern in Alistair's increasingly strange career, was described as access to a truth deeper than any ocean and older than any star. Alistair, whose theories had been dismissed as nautical nonsense by the mainstream scientific community, found the summons irresistible. The somnolent deeps were a legend in his small esoteric field, a place where the veil between the known marine world and something else was said to be almost non-existent. The journey was an odyssey into increasing isolation and profound elemental power. A series of aging cargo ships, then a rusted, ill-maintained research vessel captained by a taciturn Polynesian with eyes like polished obsidian, finally brought him to the archipelago, a string of black volcanic islands, wreathed in perpetual steam and the scent of sulfur, their shores pounded by colossal indigo waves. Silas Thorne met him on the largest island, at a small, secluded cove where strange, bioluminescent corals pulsed with an eerie, internal light in the shallow, unnaturally warm waters. Thorne was a figure who seemed to have been carved from the volcanic rock itself, ancient, gaunt, his skin the color of weathered basalt, his eyes holding the unfathomable depth and cold light of the abyssal plains. He was draped in a cloak woven from some dark iridescent seaweed, and carried a staff topped with a single, massive, unblinking pearl that seemed to absorb the faint geothermal glow of the cove. "Dr. Finch," Thorne said, his voice a low, resonant rumble, like the grinding of tectonic plates or the distant, mournful song of a colossal whale. "The tides of slumber are disturbed. The abyss awakens, and it is hungry." He led Alistair, not to a building, but into the island itself, through a narrow steaming fissure in the volcanic rock that spiraled downwards, deep into the earth, towards the very roots of the archipelago. The air grew warmer, thick with the scent of sulfur, brine, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible, low-frequency thrum, a sound that seemed to vibrate not in Alistair's ears, but in his very bones, in his teeth. Their destination, when they finally reached it after what felt like an eternity of descent, was a vast subterranean cavern, its walls and ceiling a glittering tapestry of obsidian and strange, bioluminescent crystals that pulsed with a slow, rhythmic light. In the center of the cavern lay a massive, circular pool of water, so black, so still, it seemed to absorb all light, all sound. This, Thorne explained, was the Nadir Well, a direct conduit to the somnolent deeps, thousands of fathoms below, the Taiki. "Heart of the abyss," Thorne rumbled, his gaze fixed on the still, black water. "It is from here that the harmonic resonance emanates. It is here that the oldest ones dream their aeon-long dreams. And it is here that the dissonance originates." Alistair, the marine biologist who had dared to theorize about sentient abyssal entities, felt a wave of awe so profound it bordered on existential terror. This was the source, the epicenter, the place where his most outlandish, most ridiculed theories might be proven terrifyingly true. "A new signal has emerged from the deeps, Dr. Finch," Thorne continued, his voice heavy with a weary, ancient sorrow. "A lure song. It is not of the oldest ones. It is alien, predatory. It mimics the resonance, twists it, uses it to draw sustenance from the surface world. Ships vanish, crews are lost, and the oldest ones, their slumber is disturbed. Their dreams become nightmares, and when the oldest ones have nightmares, the world above trembles." Alistair's task, Thorne explained, was to descend into the Nadir Well, into the somnolent deeps themselves, using a specialized single-occupant bathysphere crafted from obsidian and what looked like solidified shadow. He was to locate the source of the lure song, to understand its nature, its purpose, and using a set of resonance nullifiers, strange, crystalline tuning forks that hummed with a cold, internal energy, to silence its predatory call. He was given a small, damp grotto adjoining the main cavern as his quarters. It contained a stone slab for a bed, a flickering geothermally powered lamp, and a collection of ancient water-damaged charts depicting the psychic topography of the abyssal mind, along with Thorne's own meticulously kept journals, bound in what looked like cured kraken skin. The first few days were spent in intense preparation, both physical and mental. Alistair studied Thorne's journals, his mind reeling at the descriptions of the entities that slumbered in the somnolent deeps. The leviathan of forgotten sorrows, the kraken of unformed thoughts, the great dreamer whose sighs shape the tides. These were not creatures of flesh and blood, Thorne's writings implied, but vast, ancient, sentient fields of psychic energy, their consciousnesses as vast and deep as the oceans themselves. He also learned about the lure singers, the parasitic entities that preyed upon the dreams of the oldest ones and, increasingly, upon the minds of surface dwellers. They were echoes of cosmic hunger, Thorne wrote, drawn to the resonant frequencies of life, seeking to absorb, to assimilate, to silence. The lure song itself began to permeate Alistair's own consciousness, even in the relative safety of the cavern. It was a beautiful, terrifying sound, a complex polyphonic melody that seemed to promise everything: fulfillment, understanding, an end to all striving, all pain. It whispered in his dreams. It echoed in the silence between his thoughts. It tugged at some deep, primal part of his being with an almost irresistible force. He knew the dangers. Thorne's journals were filled with cautionary tales of previous cartographers of the deep who had succumbed to the lure song, their minds unraveled, their consciousnesses absorbed into the predatory harmony, their bodies never recovered from the abyssal depths. But Alistair also knew that he was uniquely qualified for this task. His entire life's work had been leading him to this moment, to this place, to this confrontation with the sentient sonic mysteries of the abyss. The descent in the obsidian bathysphere was a journey into another reality. The nadir well was not just a physical conduit, it was a psychic vortex. As he sank deeper into the crushing, absolute darkness, the lure song intensified, filling his mind, his senses, his very soul. He saw visions, not with his eyes, but imprinted directly onto his consciousness. Swirling galaxies of bioluminescent plankton, vast, cyclopean cities of coral and basalt, and the shadowy, colossal forms of the oldest ones, stirring in their aeon-long slumber, their dreams like oceans of pure, unfiltered emotion. He fought to maintain his focus, his sanity, clutching the resonance nullifiers, their cold, steady hum a fragile anchor in the overwhelming psychic storm. He followed the lure song, tracing its complex, seductive harmonies to their source. He found it in a vast, lightless cavern at the very bottom of the somnolent deeps, a place where the pressure was unimaginable, where the silence was so profound, it felt like the end of all things. The source of the lure song was not a creature, not a single entity. It was a structure, a colossal, crystalline lattice, like a frozen symphony of black ice and solidified shadow, pulsing with a cold, hungry, internal light. It was a psychic predator, an alien consciousness that had taken root in the deepest, most vulnerable part of the oldest one's dreaming minds, feeding on their ancient cosmic sorrows and using their amplified despair to call out to the surface world. And within the heart of the crystalline lattice, Alistair saw them, the trapped essences of those who had succumbed to the lure song. Shimmering, translucent forms, their faces contorted in expressions of ecstatic agony, their voices woven into the fabric of the predatory melody, an eternal, captive choir. He saw sailors, explorers, previous cartographers of the deep, and with a jolt of horrified recognition, he saw a figure that looked disturbingly like himself, a potential future, a cautionary echo. The lure song reached its crescendo, trying to overwhelm him, to draw him in, to add his own unique resonance to its chorus of despair. It showed him visions of his own academic failures, his loneliness, his unfulfilled ambitions. It offered him a place within its perfect, terrible harmony, a surcease from all striving, all pain. But Alistair, the man who had dedicated his life to the study of anomalous echoes, recognized the pattern. This was not fulfillment, it was annihilation. This was not harmony, it was a sterile, parasitic perfection. He raised the resonance nullifiers. They pulsed in his hands, their cold, clear hum a counterpoint to the lure song's seductive chaos. He didn't try to fight the lure singer's power directly. Instead, he introduced a new frequency, a new note, into its symphony. He focused on the essence of what it meant to be human, to be alive, not the grand sorrows or ecstatic joys, but the small, mundane, imperfect moments. The taste of rain on his tongue, the warmth of a shared smile, the quiet satisfaction of a difficult problem solved, the stubborn, irrational persistence of hope in the face of despair. He projected these flawed human resonances, these untidy emotional frequencies, into the heart of the lure singer's perfect, cold song. The effect was unexpected. The lure singer recoiled, its crystalline lattice shuddering, its hungry light flickering. Its perfect predatory harmony fractured, stuttered, as if it couldn't comprehend, couldn't process these alien, illogical, beautifully imperfect human emotions. The trapped essences within its core stirred, their ecstatic agony replaced by a flicker of confusion, of remembrance. Alistair pressed his advantage. He amplified the human frequency, pouring all his will, all his empathy, all his stubborn, flawed humanity into the resonance nullifiers. He sang, not with his voice, but with his mind, a song of resilience, of imperfection, of the enduring, messy, beautiful chaos of life. The lure singer shrieked, a silent, psychic howl of outrage and fear. Its crystalline structure began to crack, to fissure. The trapped essences within it began to break free, their forms dissolving, not into oblivion, but into faint, individual echoes, drifting away into the abyssal silence. Their voices no longer part of the predatory chorus, but faint individual whispers of release. The lure song collapsed, imploded, leaving behind only a profound, echoing silence. The lure singer itself, its perfect, cold harmony shattered by the illogical warmth of human emotion, crumbled into a million glittering shards of black, crystal, then dissolved into the abyssal darkness. Alistair Finch, his consciousness battered, but intact, his bathysphere miraculously undamaged, began his slow ascent from the somnolent deeps. He found Silas Thorne waiting for him at the Nadir Well, his ancient basalt face etched with a profound, almost disbelieving relief. The lure song. "It is silenced," Thorne rumbled, his voice filled with a quiet awe. "The oldest ones. They dream peacefully once more. You have reharmonized the abyss, Dr. Finch. You have brought the song of the surface to the deepest silence." Alistair remained on the volcanic archipelago for many more months. He worked with Silas Thorne, not as a mere researcher, but as a true cartographer of the deep, helping to map the now peaceful psychic tides, to understand the subtle, ancient harmonies of the oldest one's slumber. He learned that the keepers of the silent deep were not just guardians, but interlocutors, a lineage of sensitive souls tasked with maintaining the fragile, resonant balance between the dreaming abyss and the waking world. Silas Thorne, he discovered, was the last of his line, his own life force deeply intertwined with the health of the somnolent deeps. When Alistair Finch finally departed, on a surprisingly calm sea, under a sky that was, for the first time, eerie, clear, vibrant sapphire blue, he left behind not just a silenced lure singer, but a renewed sense of purpose for the ancient keeper. He never published his findings on the bioacoustic anomalies of the somnolent deeps. The world, he knew, was not ready for such truths for such depths, and some symphonies, some silences, were best left undisturbed, their resonant mysteries contemplated only by those with the courage and the humility to listen to the ancient, dreaming heart of the ocean. He returned to his quiet life, his academic obscurity, but he was forever changed. He carried the silence of the abyss within him, a profound internal stillness that allowed him to perceive the subtle, almost imperceptible resonances of the world around him, the hidden songs, the forgotten echoes. Sometimes late at night, when the city is hushed and the tide is low, he takes out the single desiccated seahorse, its delicate skeletal form, a memento of his journey into the somnolent deeps. He holds it to his ear, and if he listens very, very closely, he can almost hear it, the faint rhythmic pulse of the nadir well, the deep, peaceful sigh of the oldest ones dreaming their aeon-long dreams, and the distant, almost inaudible echo of a lure song silenced, a testament to the fragile, resilient power of the human spirit to bring its own imperfect, beautiful music even to the deepest, most alien, and most terrifying of silences. The abyss, he now understood, was not empty. It was merely waiting for the right song. The package arrived unceremoniously. A plain brown parcel with no return address, postmarked from a town so small it barely registered on any map. Oak Haven, West Virginia. Inside, nestled amongst yellowed, brittle packing straw, lay a single, antique fountain pen, its silver casing tarnished, its nib surprisingly sharp, and a slim, leather-bound notebook, its pages blank, their edges a disquieting, faded crimson. A small typed note tucked into the notebook's frontispiece read simply, "The lexicon is depleted. A new scribe is sought. The stories of Oak Haven await their telling. Present yourself to Silas Blackwood at the old Lyceum, if the ink calls, to you." Eleanor Vance, a linguist whose doctoral thesis on the etymological decay in isolated dialects had been met with polite bewilderment by her academic peers, felt an undeniable, almost illicit, curiosity. Oak Haven. The name itself seemed to resonate with a forgotten, melancholic cadence. The lexicon, the scribe. These were terms that hinted at something more than a simple archival project. And Silas Blackwood. The name, though unfamiliar, carried a certain weight, a subtle, archaic authority. Driven by a lull in her freelance translation work and an insatiable hunger for the obscure, Eleanor journeyed to Oak Haven. The town, when she finally found it after a long, winding drive through the deeply forested, mist-shrouded Appalachian hills, was a study in arrested decay. Its main street was lined with once grand Victorian storefronts, their windows boarded or broken, their paint peeling like sunburnt skin. A palpable silence hung over the place, a silence that felt less like peace and more like resignation. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, wood smoke, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible aroma of old paper, faded ink, and a subtle metallic tang, like old forgotten type. The Oakhaven Lyceum, at the far end of Main Street, was a hulking neoclassical edifice of dark, soot-stained granite, its once proud columns now chipped and weather-beaten, its tall arched windows like vacant staring eyes. A single, flickering gas lamp, an anachronism in the fading twilight, cast long dancing shadows across its imposing facade. A figure emerged from the Lyceum's shadowed portico as Eleanor approached. He was tall, gaunt, dressed in a dark, impeccably tailored but old-fashioned suit that seemed to absorb the dim light. His face, framed by a shock of silver-white hair, was ageless, his skin like pale, unlined parchment, his eyes the color of a winter sky, holding a profound, unnerving stillness. He introduced himself as Silas Blackwood, curator of the Oakhaven, lexicon and keeper of its fading narratives. His voice was a low, cultured baritone, each word enunciated with a precise, almost melancholic clarity. "Miss Vance," Blackwood said, his gaze direct and strangely discerning. "Your particular linguistic sensitivities were anticipated. The lexicon, it thirsts for new words, new stories, the old ones. They fade." He didn't ask for her credentials. It was as if her arrival, her suitability, had been foreordained. He led her into the Lyceum. The interior was a vast circular chamber, its domed ceiling lost in shadow far above. The walls were lined, not with bookshelves, but with countless small square drawers, each labeled with a single faded hand-lettered word in an archaic, spidery script. There were thousands of them, perhaps tens of thousands, rising in tiers to the unseen heights of the dome. This, Blackwood explained, was the Oakhaven lexicon. Each drawer, he said, his voice a reverent whisper, contains not a definition, Miss Vance, but an essence. The distilled meaning, the emotional resonance, the very soul of a word as it was once known and felt in this valley. Joy, sorrow, hope, despair, love, betrayal. Words that have lost their potency in the modern tongue. Words that are dying. In the center of the chamber, on a massive circular pedestal of polished black marble, sat a single colossal leather-bound dictionary, its pages open, its script a bewildering tapestry of known and unknown languages, of familiar letters and alien glyphs. This, Blackwood called, the unfolding text. The text, he continued, his gaze fixed on the great book, is the living heart of Oakhaven. It is woven from the stories, the memories, the very lives of those who have dwelled in this valley. It must be constantly replenished, fed with new narratives, new experiences, lest it too fade into silence. Eleanor's task, Blackwood explained, was to become the new scribe of Oakhaven. She was to use the antique fountain pen and the crimson-edged notebook to listen to the fading whispers of the valley, to gather its forgotten stories, its lost words, and to weave them into new narratives, new entries for the unfolding text. She was, in essence, to become a linguistic necromancer, resurrecting dead words, reanimating forgotten meanings. She was given a small Spartan apartment high in the Lyceum's bell tower, overlooking the silent, decaying town and the mist-shrouded hills beyond. Her only companions were the whispering wind, the distant cry of an owl, and the profound, expectant silence of the lexicon. The first few weeks were an exercise in profound, almost hallucinatory, linguistic immersion. Eleanor walked the deserted streets of Oakhaven, the crimson-edged notebook and the antique fountain pen her constant companions. She sat in the crumbling, vine-choked bandstand in the town square, listening to the silence. She explored the abandoned cottages, their interiors frozen in time, filled with the ghosts of forgotten lives. And she began to hear them. Not voices, not in any conventional sense, but words. Faint, disembodied, like linguistic pollen drifting on the wind. A forgotten endearment whispered in an empty bedroom. A bitter curse hanging in the air of a deserted tavern. A child's lullaby echoing faintly from a rusted, overturned cradle in an overgrown garden. These were the depleted words, the fading echoes of the Oakhaven lexicon. She began to write. At first, her entries in the crimson-edged notebook were simple observations, descriptions of the decaying town, fragments of overheard, or perhaps imagined, conversations. But as she continued, as she allowed herself to sink deeper into the strange, melancholic atmosphere of Oakhaven, her writing began to change. The antique fountain pen seemed to guide her hand, the tarnished silver warm, almost alive, beneath her fingers. The ink that flowed from its sharp nib was a deep, rich crimson, like old wine or dried blood, and the words that appeared on the page were not always her own. She would find herself writing in archaic dialects, using turns of phrase she had never encountered, describing events, emotions, lives that were not hers. Stories began to emerge, unbidden, from the tip of her pen. Tales of star-crossed lovers, of bitter feuds, of quiet heroism, of soul-crushing despair. The forgotten narratives of Oakhaven, seeking a new voice, a new vessel. Each night, she would return to the Lyceum and, under Silas Blackwood's watchful, unnervingly calm gaze, transcribe her day's writings into the unfolding text. As her crimson ink touched the ancient pages of the great dictionary, the script would shimmer, then absorb her words, weaving them into its vast, complex tapestry. And as it did, a faint, resonant hum would emanate from the lexicon drawers, a collective sigh of satisfaction, of hunger. She began to understand the true nature of the Oakhaven lexicon. It was not just a repository of words. It was a psychic battery. Each word, each story, each distilled emotional essence fed the unfolding text, which in turn sustained something ancient, something vast, something that resided in the very heart of Oakhaven, in the silence between its fading words. She found the journals of previous scribes hidden within a secret compartment in the lexicon's pedestal. Generations of them, their entries spanning centuries, all chronicling the same descent into linguistic obsession, the same blurring of identities, the same gradual absorption into the unfolding text. The words demand their due. One scribe, an Elara Thorne from the early 1800s, had written, her script elegant but increasingly erratic. They will not be silenced. They use my hand, my voice, my very thoughts, to weave themselves anew. I am no longer Alara. I am lexicon. The silence between words grows thin. Another, a Silas Finch from a century later, lamented. The unspoken, it presses through. It seeks to unwrite. Only new stories, new meanings, can reinforce the fading barricades of language. The unspoken. Eleanor felt a chill. Was this the entity that the lexicon, the unfolding text, the scribes themselves were meant to hold at bay? The work became all-consuming. Eleanor's own life, her own memories, her own carefully constructed academic identity began to fade, to be replaced by the vibrant, tragic, beautiful, terrifying stories of Oakhaven. She dreamed in the archaic dialects of the valley. She thought in the complex, metaphorical syntax of its forgotten folklore. Her own handwriting began to morph, to resemble the spidery, elegant script of her predecessors. She grew paler, thinner, her eyes taking on a distant, luminous quality. The crimson ink seemed to stain her fingers, her very essence. She was becoming a creature of words, of stories, her own narrative thread inextricably interwoven with the vast ancient tapestry of the Oakhaven lexicon. Silas Blackwood watched her transformation with his calm, unnerving gaze. He offered no comfort, no explanation, only the occasional cryptic pronouncement. The text thrives on authenticity, Miss Vance. The scribe must offer true resonance. The ink demands no less. One night, as a fierce Appalachian storm raged outside, lashing the Lyceum with wind and rain, Eleanor was working late in the circular chamber, transcribing a particularly harrowing tale of betrayal and madness from her crimson-edged notebook into the unfolding text. The lexicon drawers hummed with an unusual intensity. The air was thick with the scent of old ink and a palpable psychic tension. Suddenly, the great unfolding text began to bleed. Not ink, but a thick, dark, ichorous substance oozing from its ancient pages, pooling on the black marble pedestal. And from this pool, a form began to coalesce. Not human, not animal. Something else. A creature of pure, unadulterated silence, of absolute negation. A being of anti-language, its form a shifting, unstable vortex of dissolving words and collapsing meanings, the unspoken. It rose from the bleeding text, its presence a wave of soul-crushing despair, its silence a deafening roar that threatened to extinguish all thought, all language, all meaning. Silas Blackwood appeared at Eleanor's side, his usual composure shattered, his face a mask of pale terror. The concordance. It breaks, he rasped, his voice cracking. The unspoken. It seeks to unwrite all. The lexicon. It is failing. The unspoken turned its attention to Eleanor, its formless void reaching for her, for the stories she carried, for the very words that constituted her being. She felt her thoughts begin to unravel, her memories to shatter, her identity to dissolve into a meaningless jumble of disconnected syllables. But as the unspoken's annihilating silence threatened to consume her, something within her, the linguist, the scribe, the lover of words, rebelled. She clutched the antique fountain pen, its silver casing now burning hot in her hand. She thought of all the stories she had gathered, all the lives she had reanimated, all the forgotten words she had given new voice. She would not let them be silenced. She would not let Oakhaven, and its precious, fragile lexicon be unwritten. She dipped the pen into the crimson ink, her own ink, the ink of her own transcribed experiences, and she began to write, not in the unfolding text, but in the air itself, her hand moving with a desperate, inspired grace. She wrote not a story, but a definition of Oakhaven, a definition of the lexicon, a definition of herself as its scribe, its guardian. She wove a new word, a word of power, a word that encompassed all the resilience, all the sorrow, all the enduring beauty of this forgotten valley and its fading narratives. A word that was both a shield and a song. As she wrote this new, impossible word, it glowed in the air before her, a vibrant, intricate sigil of crimson light. It pulsed with a defiant, life-affirming energy, a counterpoint to the unspoken's annihilating silence. The unspoken recoiled, its formless void shuddering, its silent scream of negation faltering before the unexpected power of this newly forged meaning. The lexicon drawers resonated with Eleanor's word, their ancient, forgotten contents humming in harmony, their collective linguistic energy bolstering her, strengthening her. The unfolding text ceased its bleeding, its pages glowing with a new, steady light. Eleanor focused all her will, all her love for language, all the accumulated power of the Oakhaven lexicon into her new word. And she hurled it, not as an attack, but as an offering, a definition, a boundary. The unspoken, faced with this irrefutable assertion of meaning, of existence, could not absorb it, could not unwrite it. It was contained, defined. And in being defined, its power to annihilate was diminished. It let out a final, silent, frustrated sigh, then slowly, reluctantly, receded, dissolving back into the bleeding pages of the unfolding text, its formless void once more bound within the ancient, resilient grammar of Oakhaven. The storm outside subsided. The Lyceum fell silent, but it was a different silence now. Not the silence of resignation, of fading echoes, but the quiet, expectant silence of a library at peace, its stories safe, its lexicon restored. Eleanor Vance stood in the center of the circular chamber, the antique fountain pen still clutched in her hand, its crimson ink still glowing faintly. She was exhausted, drained, but her mind was clear. Her own identity, her own story, intact, yet enriched. Silas Blackwood approached her, his ancient face etched with a profound, almost tearful gratitude. "You have done it, Scribe Vance," he whispered, his voice no longer a rasp, but a clear, resonant tone. "You have rewritten the silence. You have given the lexicon a new anchor, a new definition. Oakhaven endures." Eleanor remained in Oakhaven, not as a prisoner of its fading narratives, but as its true scribe, its conscious, active guardian. She continued to walk the misty hills, to listen to the whispers of the valley, to gather its forgotten stories. But now, she wove them not just with sorrow and remembrance, but with resilience, with hope, with the enduring power of meaning forged in the face of oblivion. The unfolding text continued to grow, its pages filled with her vibrant crimson script, a testament to the ongoing, ever-evolving story of Oakhaven. The lexicon drawers hummed with a quiet, contented energy. And the unspoken. It remained a dormant, defined silence within the heart of the text. A reminder of the eternal tension between meaning and meaninglessness, between the story and the void. Eleanor Vance, the linguist who had sought the echoes of dying words, had found her true calling, not just to record language, but to wield it, to shape it, to use it as a shield against the encroaching silence, as a beacon in the encroaching dark. She knows that the unspoken, or other entities like it, will always exist, just beyond the fragile boundaries of language, of meaning. She knows that the lexicon will always require a scribe, a guardian, a weaver of words. But she also knows that stories are powerful, that words have a magic all their own, and that even in the most desolate, forgotten corners of the world, in the face of the most profound, annihilating silence, a single, well-chosen word, written with courage and conviction, can change everything. The ink still flows, the stories still unfold, and the scribe of Oakhaven keeps her solitary, vigilant watch, a weaver of words against the encroaching night. The Lyceum stands, a silent testament, its library a living, breathing thing, its future, now perhaps a little less, unwritten. The advertisement, if one could even call it that, was a single, cryptic line etched into a sliver of blackened beeswax, left on Dr. Alastair Finch's doorstep during a particularly dense London fog. Alastair, a historian who specialized, and largely ignored, field was luminaric archaeology, the study of ancient light sources and their rumored esoteric properties, felt an immediate, almost faded recognition. The beeswax and the faint, almost imperceptible scent of old tallow and forgotten herbs that clung to it was a signature he'd encountered in obscure alchemical texts discussing the keepers of the penumbral flame, a reclusive, almost mythical, order said to tend to lights that cast no ordinary shadows. The etched message was brief. The umbral wick falters. A new chandler is sought. Penumbra close, at the hour of no light. Bring only your discernment. No salary was mentioned, no contact information, only the chillingly evocative address and the even more unsettling timing. Alastair, whose academic career had long since guttered out like a spent candle due to his insistence on pursuing such unilluminated avenues of research, found the summons irresistible. Penumbra Close was a name that whispered from the deepest, most shadowed corners of London's forgotten history, a place rumored to exist on the very cusp of the city's mundane reality, a threshold to somewhere else. His journey to Penumbra Close was a descent into increasing obscurity. He navigated a labyrinth of narrow, fog-choked alleyways, each one seeming to lead him further from the familiar, bustling heart of London, until he found himself in a silent, lightless cul-de-sac that seemed to absorb even the faint, ambient glow of the city sky. The air here was cold, still, and carried the scent of damp stone, ancient dust, and something else, a faint, almost imperceptible aroma of beeswax, of smoldering herbs, and a subtle, pervasive stillness that felt like the moment just before a flame is extinguished, or perhaps just before it is lit. At the far end of the cul-de-sac stood a single, tall, narrow townhouse, its facade so blackened with age and soot it seemed to be carved from solidified shadow. Its windows were dark, like vacant eye sockets. This, Alastair knew, was his destination. as the last vestiges of twilight surrendered to the absolute darkness of what the old texts called the hour of no light, that brief, unnerving period between true night and the false dawn of city glow. A figure emerged from the townhouse's deeply recessed doorway. He was ancient, impossibly so, his form stooped and frail, draped in a voluminous, multi-layered cloak of what looked like woven shadows. His face, glimpsed briefly as he raised a gnarled hand to beckon Alistair forward, was a mask of deep wrinkles, his eyes like chips of dull obsidian, holding a weary, ancient knowledge. He carried no lamp, yet he seemed to navigate the absolute darkness with an unnerving, almost feline grace. He introduced himself only as Silas Thorne, keeper of the last light. His voice was a dry, rasping whisper, like the sound of a dying ember. "Dr. Finch," Silas rasped, his obsidian eyes fixing on Alistair with an intensity that seemed to pierce the gloom. The close. It dims. The umbral wick. It sputters. A new hand is needed to tend the penumbral flames. He didn't ask for credentials, nor did he offer any conventional welcome. He simply turned and glided back into the Stygian darkness of the townhouse, expecting Alistair to follow. The interior was a bewildering maze of narrow, lightless corridors and small, circular chambers, their walls lined not with books or furniture, but with countless niches, and in each niche rested a candle. Thousands of them, perhaps tens of thousands, of every conceivable size, shape, and material. Thick tallow pillars, slender beeswax tapers, strangely formed candles of black, iridescent wax, others seemingly crafted from solidified shadow itself. None were lit. The air was thick with their collective, unignited scent, a complex, heady perfume of forgotten rituals and dormant magic. "This is the sanctum of penumbra," Silas whispered, his voice barely disturbing the profound, absorbent silence. Each candle, a potential light. Each flame, a captured shadow, a forgotten truth, a path to elsewhere. Alistair's task, Silas explained, was to become the new Chandler of Penumbra Close. He was to learn the ancient art of tending these unique flames, of understanding their luminaric signatures, their shadow-casting properties. He was to identify the faltering wicks, the discordant glows, and to restore the penumbral balance that kept the close, and perhaps certain other places, from being consumed by either absolute light or absolute darkness. He was given a small, windowless cell deep within the townhouse, containing only a stone slab for a bed and a single, unlit tallow candle. His tools were a set of antique, silver-tipped snuffers, a collection of strange aromatic herbs for dressing the wicks, and his own highly developed sensitivity to the ethereal emanations of light and shadow. The first few days were an exercise in profound sensory recalibration. Alistair's eyes, accustomed to the bright, harsh lights of the modern city, struggled to adapt to the perpetual twilight of Penumbra Close. He learned to navigate by touch, by the subtle shifts in temperature, by the almost imperceptible currents of air that whispered through the lightless corridors. He began to understand that the candles in Penumbra Close were not mere sources of illumination. Each one, when lit, cast a unique quality of light, and more importantly, a unique quality of shadow. Some cast shadows that were sharp and defined, others shadows that were soft and blurred, still others shadows that seemed to writhe and twist, with a life of their own, hinting at forms and realities that lay just beyond the veil of perception. Silas Thorne, a spectral, whispering presence, guided him through the initial stages of his apprenticeship. He taught Alistair how to read the unlit candles, to sense their dormant potential, their luminaric charge. He showed him how to prepare the wicks, anointing them with specific, often unsettling, combinations of herbs, oils, and what looked disturbingly like powdered bone. "Each flame is a key, Dr. Finch," Silas rasped, his obsidian eyes gleaming faintly in the light of a single candle he had lit, a candle whose flame cast no shadow at all, but instead seemed to deepen the darkness around it, a key to a different kind of seeing. Some illuminate the past, some the future. Some, they illuminate the spaces between. Alistair began his work, lighting the candles in specific ritualistic sequences dictated by Thorn, sequences that seemed to follow some ancient, forgotten astronomical or astrological calendar. As he lit each candle, he would feel a subtle shift in the atmosphere of the close, a change in the texture of the silence, in the quality of the shadows. He started to see things in those shadows, fleeting, indistinct forms that moved with an alien grace. Glimpses of impossible landscapes, of cyclopean cities beneath black, starless skies. Whispers, not of sound, but of thought, of emotion, emanating from the darkness, brushing against his mind like cobwebs. He found Thorn's personal journals, hidden beneath a loose flagstone in his own cell. They were bound in what felt like cured human skin, their pages filled with a script that was part alchemical notation, part star charts of unknown constellations, part a treatise on the metaphysics of shadow. The umbral wick sputters, one entry read, the script itself seeming to writhe with a shadowy energy. The gateway to the penumbra profunda weakens. The light eaters grow bold. They hunger for the pure flame, for the undiluted shadow. The penumbra profunda, the light eaters. New, terrifying concepts in Alistair's already unsettling lexicon. The Chandler must maintain the balance, another entry detailed. Too much light, and the delicate truths of the shadow are burned away. Too much darkness, and the eaters emerge from the profunda to consume all illumination, all memory, all hope. Alistair realized the true, terrifying nature of his task. Penumbra Close was not just a repository of strange candles. It was a fulcrum, a delicate balancing point between realities, between light and shadow, between a world of fragile, fleeting memories and an abyss of absolute, consuming darkness. And he, the Chandler, was the one tasked with keeping that balance from tipping into oblivion. The faltering wicks Silas had spoken of became more apparent. Certain candles refused to light, their wicks crumbling to dust at his touch. Others would ignite with a sickly, sputtering flame that cast distorted, malevolent shadows. Still others would burn with an unnatural, devouring intensity, their light too harsh, too revealing, threatening to banish the delicate, informative shadows altogether. One night, as he was attempting to light a particularly ancient and unsettling candle crafted from what looked like solidified black sea salt, it exploded, not with fire, but with a wave of absolute tangible darkness that momentarily extinguished every other lit flame in the close, plunging him into a terrifying, suffocating void. In that void he felt presences, cold, ancient, and utterly alien, their hunger a palpable force against his mind. The Light Eaters. He fumbled for his tinderbox, his hands shaking, and managed to relight a nearby tallow candle. Its small, fragile flame pushed back the encroaching void, and the hungry presences receded, though he could still feel their cold, expectant scrutiny from the deepest shadows. Silas Thorne appeared at his side, his form more wraith-like than usual, his obsidian eyes burning with a desperate urgency. "The balance erodes, Chandler Finch," he rasped. "The umbral wick, the heart flame of penumbra close. It weakens. If it is extinguished, the profunda will consume all." He led Alistair to the deepest, most central chamber of the townhouse, a place Alistair hadn't known existed. It was a perfect sphere, its walls lined with polished black obsidian that reflected no light, only an infinite starless void. And in the center, on a pedestal of what looked like solidified smoke, burned a single, colossal candle. Its flame was unlike anything Alistair had ever seen. It was not white, nor yellow, nor any color he could name. It was penumbral, a soft, gentle, ever-shifting luminescence that seemed to be composed of pure, concentrated twilight. It cast no shadows, yet it illuminated everything with a profound, almost melancholic clarity. This was the umbral wick, the heart flame of Penumbra Close, and it was, as Silas had said, faltering. Its flame was low, sputtering, its penumbral light dimming, threatening to be swallowed by the encroaching darkness of the obsidian chamber. "It requires sustenance," Silas whispered, his voice filled with a profound, ancient sorrow. "It feeds, not on tallow or wax, but on potential, on forgotten possibilities, on the light of what might have been, and its appetite. It is immense." He gestured towards a series of shallow obsidian bowls arranged around the pedestal. They were empty. The offerings have ceased. The channels are blocked. The old paths to the forgotten potentials are closed. Alistair understood. The faltering of the umbral wick was not a mere mechanical failure. It was a symptom of a deeper imbalance, a disconnect from the reservoirs of forgotten memory and potential that sustained Penumbra Close. "How do we refuel it?" Alistair asked, his voice hoarse. Silas Thorne turned his ancient obsidian eyes upon him. "A new Chandler must open new paths, must offer new potentials. Your own, Dr. Finch. Your discernment, your understanding of the liminal, the forgotten. These are the tinder. Your own unrealized futures, your unspoken dreams, your deepest, most hidden sorrows. These are the fuel." Alistair felt a cold dread seep into his very bones. This was the true price of becoming the Chandler of Penumbra Close. Not just a life of solitary vigil, but a consumption. A gradual offering of his own inner world, his own potential, to feed this ancient, insatiable flame. He looked at the sputtering umbral wick, its dying light casting faint, desperate shadows on the obsidian walls. He looked at Silas Thorne, his form almost translucent now, a fading echo of a man who had clearly given his all to this terrible, sacred duty. He thought of the Light Eaters, their cold, hungry presence still lurking at the edges of his perception, waiting for the flame to die, waiting to consume all. He knew he had no choice. Not if Penumbra Close, and perhaps the fragile balance it maintained was to survive. He stepped towards the umbral wick, towards the empty obsidian bowls. He closed his eyes, and he began to remember. He remembered his childhood fascination with forgotten histories, his youthful dreams of uncovering lost civilizations, of deciphering ancient cryptic texts. He remembered the sting of academic ridicule, the slow erosion of his early ambitions, the quiet despair of a life lived largely in the shadows of obscurity. He remembered the women he had loved and lost, the paths not taken, the words left unsaid. He poured these memories, these emotions, these forgotten potentials into the obsidian bowls, not as regrets, but as offerings, as fuel for the dying flame. As each memory, each potential left him, he felt a corresponding emptiness, a hollowing out of his own past, his own future. But he also felt a lightness, a strange, almost liberating sense of unburdening. The umbral wick responded. Its flame flickered, then steadied, then began to grow, its penumbral light intensifying, pushing back the encroaching darkness. The obsidian bowls around its base began to glow with a faint internal luminescence, filled now with the swirling, iridescent essence of Alistair's offered potentials. The process took hours, perhaps days. Time, in the obsidian chamber, had no meaning. Alistair offered up his past, his present, his potential futures, until he felt almost empty. A hollow reed, a clear channel, and then the umbral wick blazed. Its light was no longer dim and sputtering, but a strong, steady, radiant penumbra that filled the chamber, that seemed to push back the very walls of reality, to illuminate not just the physical space, but the infinite, shadowed landscapes of what was, what is, and what might yet be. The Light Eaters shrieked, a silent psychic chorus of thwarted hunger, and receded into the deepest, most absolute voids. Silas Thorne, his form now almost entirely translucent, smiled, a faint, peaceful expression. "The balance is restored, Chandler Finch," he whispered, his voice like the last, dying sigh of a candle. "The wick burns bright, the close endures." He faded then, his essence merging with the penumbral light, becoming another gentle, guiding shadow within the eternal twilight of Penumbra Close. Alistair Finch stood alone in the obsidian chamber, before the blazing umbral wick. He felt changed, emptied, yet somehow more. He was no longer just Alistair Finch, the historian of luminaric archaeology. He was the Chandler, the keeper of the penumbral flame. He returned to the upper levels of the townhouse. The candles in their niches glowed with a new, steady light. Their shadows were balanced, harmonious. The oppressive silence was gone, replaced by a profound, peaceful stillness. He knew his work was far from over. The umbral wick would always require sustenance. The balance between light and shadow would always be a delicate, precarious thing. And the Light Eaters, they would always be waiting, in the infinite darkness between the flames. But Alistair Finch, the Chandler of Penumbra Close, was no longer afraid. He had looked into the abyss, and he had offered it not his fear, but his story, his potential, his very essence. And in doing so, he had found a new kind of light. A light that burned not with a consuming fire, but with the quiet, enduring radiance of a single, well-tended flame, holding back the shadows, illuminating the forgotten paths, and keeping watch over the fragile, precious boundary between what is and what lies beyond the veil of perception. He walks the lightless corridors now, his own lamplighter's pole casting a steady, penumbral glow. He tends the candles, reads their flickering narratives, maintains their delicate, shadowy equilibrium. He is a solitary guardian in a city of forgotten lights and hungry darknesses, his own story now inextricably woven into the ancient, esoteric tapestry of Penumbra Close. The hour of no light is his constant companion, and the shadows, his oldest, most intimate friends. For he understands, more deeply than any thorn or blackwood before him, that it is only in the deepest penumbra that the truest, most elusive lights can ever truly be seen. And the wick, though it consumes, also illuminates. The advertisement, if one could call it that, was a whisper on the wind. A rumor passed between the aging, esoteric clientele of the dusty antiquarian map shop where Leo Armitage eked out a meager existence. It spoke of a place called Whisperwind Hollow, a secluded valley nestled deep in the mist-shrouded, unmapped foothills of the Scottish Highlands, where the very air was said to be resonant. It hinted at a unique custodianship, a need for someone with an affinity for the subtle cartography of sound and the preservation of fading echoes. No salary was mentioned, only the promise of a silence that speaks volumes. Leo, a disgraced acoustician whose promising career in architectural sound design had been shattered by his increasingly obsessive and ultimately ridiculed pursuit of environmental sonic imprints. The theory that intense emotional or historical events could leave lasting, audible traces on a location, found himself inexplicably drawn. Whisperwind Hollow. The name itself seemed to vibrate with a forgotten, melancholic music. His journey was a pilgrimage into deepening solitude. The train lines dwindled, the roads became treacherous, unpaved tracks, until finally, he was left to navigate by an ancient, hand-drawn map provided by the cryptic proprietor of the map shop, a map that seemed to shift and reconfigure itself each time he consulted it. The Hollow, when he finally stumbled into it after days of arduous trekking, was a place of breathtaking, unsettling beauty, a narrow, winding valley, cradled by towering, mist-wreathed peaks, its slopes carpeted with ancient, gnarled forests of pine and rowan. A fast-flowing Blackwater River, the Altna Osna, the Stream of Sighs, bisected the valley, its waters emitting a constant, low, mournful hum. The air in Whisperwind Hollow was thick, still, and carried the scent of damp earth, pine resin, decaying leaves, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible aroma of old cold stone and a subtle, high-pitched metallic tang, like the after-ring of a struck bell. And the silence. The silence was unlike anything Leo had ever experienced. It was not empty. It was pregnant, filled with a million unvoiced whispers, a symphony of unheard echoes. At the heart of the hollow, nestled beside a small dark loch whose surface perfectly reflected the perpetually overcast sky, stood a single ancient structure. A clochon, a beehive-shaped stone hut, its dry stone walls impossibly old, covered in a thick mantle of moss and lichen. A thin curl of peat smoke rose from a hole in its corbelled roof. A figure emerged from the low, arched doorway as Leo approached. She was old, ageless, her form stooped and frail, yet possessing an undeniable, almost elemental strength. Her face, framed by a wild mane of silver-white hair, was a tapestry of deep-set wrinkles, her eyes the color of the stormy loch, holding a profound ancient wisdom. She was wrapped in a heavy, hand-woven shawl of undyed wool, and leaned upon a staff of polished dark bog yew. She introduced herself only as Morag, the listener of the hollow. Her voice was a low, melodious whisper, like the wind sighing through the reeds, or the distant drone of a bagpipe. "Master Armitage," Morag said, her gaze direct, unnervingly perceptive, as if she could hear the unspoken questions, the unvoiced anxieties that thrummed within him. "The hollow, it has been waiting. The echoes grow faint. The great silence, it threatens to become mere emptiness." She didn't ask for his credentials, nor did she seem surprised by his arrival. It was as if his presence here was a foregone conclusion, a note long anticipated in the hollow's ancient, unfolding score. Her dwelling, the clochon, was surprisingly warm, lit by the soft glow of the peat fire and a collection of flickering tallow candles. The air inside was thick with the scent of wood smoke, dried herbs, and that same pervasive metallic tang. The circular stone walls were lined not with shelves or furniture, but with an astonishing array of resonators. Polished animal skulls, their empty sockets seeming to absorb the firelight. Strings of dried seed pods that rattled faintly with every subtle shift in air pressure. Sheets of beaten copper, etched with intricate spiral patterns, that hummed with a low, almost inaudible frequency. And in the center of the room, on a flat, moss-covered stone, lay a collection of listening stones, smooth, dark river pebbles, each one seeming to pulse with a faint, internal energy. "Whisperwind Hollow is not just a place, Master Armitage," Morag explained, her voice a soft counterpoint to the crackling fire and the sighing wind outside. "It is an instrument, a vast, natural resonator, attuned to the subtle music of what has been and what lingers. The stones, the trees, the water, the very air itself, they remember. They hold the echoes of every life lived, every word spoken, every song sung, every sorrow wept within these hills." Leo, the acoustician whose theories had been dismissed as madness, felt a wave of awe so profound it bordered on religious terror. This was it. The physical manifestation of his life's work. A place where sound, where memory, was not ephemeral, but tangible, enduring. "For generations," Morag continued, her gaze distant, as if listening to something far beyond the stone. "Walls of the clochon. The listeners of the hollow have tended these echoes. We have harmonized them, woven them into the great silence, a tapestry of sound and stillness that preserves the essence of this place, its joys, its sorrows, its soul. But the art fades. My own hearing, it grows dim. The echoes become discordant, fragmented. Some are lost entirely, fading into the silence of true forgetting." His task, Morag explained, was to become the new echo weaver. He was to use his unique sensitivity to sonic imprints, his understanding of acoustics and resonance, to retune the hollow, to locate the fading echoes, to amplify their faint whispers, to mend the fractured harmonies, and to weave them back into the great silence before they were lost forever. His tools would be his own ears, his intuition, and a set of ancient, intricately carved wooden flutes that Morag produced from a hidebound satchel. The pipes of remembrance, she called them, their wood still faintly warm, as if recently played. The first few weeks were an exercise in profound sensory immersion. Leo walked the hollow, from the mist-shrouded peaks to the dark, silent shores of the loch. He learned to listen not just with his ears, but with his entire being. He would press his ear to the ancient standing stones, feeling their cold, faint vibrations. He would sit for hours beneath the gnarled rowan trees, their leaves whispering secrets in a language older than words. He would trail his fingers in the black, icy waters of the Altna Osna, sensing the mournful, liquid melodies that flowed within its depths, and he began to hear them. The echoes, faint at first, like the sigh of wind through a crack in an ancient wall, or the distant murmur of a half-forgotten dream, a child's laughter, echoing from an empty, ruined croft. The clash of phantom swords on a lonely, windswept hilltop. A woman's soft, sorrowful lullaby, drifting from the depths of the dark, silent loch. The rhythmic chant of ancient, unknown rituals, resonating from the circle of standing stones. These were not ghosts, not in any conventional sense. They were sonic memories, emotional resonances, fragments of lives, of events, imprinted onto the very fabric of Whisperwind Hollow, preserved in its unique, resonant atmosphere. He began to play the pipes of remembrance. The wooden flutes, crafted from different resonant woods, oak for strength, willow for sorrow, rowan for protection, yew for the wisdom of the grave, seemed to come alive in his hands. He didn't play conventional melodies, but rather responded to the echoes. He would find a faint, fading whisper, a fractured harmony, and he would weave a new melody around it, a counterpoint of sound that seemed to strengthen it, to clarify it, to give it new voice. As he played, the hollow itself seemed to respond. The wind would sigh in harmony with his flute. The river would murmur a resonant bass note. The stones would hum with a new, vibrant energy. He was not just playing music. He was tuning the landscape. He was weaving the scattered, fading threads of memory back into the living tapestry of Whisperwind Hollow. Morag watched his progress, with her ancient, knowing eyes. She offered little direct guidance, preferring to let Leo find his own way, his own connection to the Hollow's unique song. The echoes choose their weaver, Master Armitage, she would murmur. Listen to their needs. They will guide your breath, your fingers. He found her journals, tucked away in a niche within the clochon's thick stone walls. They were not written, but sung. Bound in what looked like cured animal hide, their pages were made of thin, stretched vellum, and instead of script, they were covered in intricate, spiraling patterns of what looked like musical notation, but a notation unlike any he had ever seen. It was a language of pure sound, of resonant frequencies, of harmonic relationships. As he touched the pages, he could almost hear the melodies, the chants, the ancient, powerful songs of the listeners who had come before him. He learned of the great silence. It was not an absence of sound, but a perfectly balanced, infinitely complex harmony of all the echoes within the hollow, a state of resonant equilibrium where every memory, every story, every life was held in a state of peaceful, respectful coexistence. And he learned of the discordant notes, traumatic events, unresolved sorrows, malevolent intrusions from the outer cacophony that could fracture this harmony, causing the echoes to fade or to become agitated, even hostile. His current task, he realized, was to mend a particularly severe fracture, a wound in the hollow sonic tapestry caused by a sorrowful silence. The tragic, untimely death of the previous apprentice listener, a young woman named Alara, whose own song had been cut short. Her fading, grief-stricken echo was now a source of profound dissonance, threatening to unravel the great silence. Leo knew he had to find Alara's echo, to understand her sorrow, to weave her broken song back into the harmony. He followed the faintest, most mournful of the whispers, the pipes of remembrance clutched in his hand. They led him to a secluded waterfall, its waters cascading over moss-covered rocks into a deep, dark pool. The air here was thick with an almost unbearable sadness, a silence that was not peaceful, but heartbroken. He began to play. He played a lament, a soft, gentle melody of sorrow and remembrance, his notes weaving through the sound of the falling water, through the sighing of the wind in the surrounding pines. And as he played, Alara's echo began to coalesce. A faint, translucent figure, no older than his own daughter might have been, her form shimmering in the mist from the waterfall, her eyes vast, dark pools of unshed tears. She did not speak, but her sorrow, her loneliness, her unfinished song, washed over Leo in waves of pure, empathic understanding. He played for her. He played of her lost hopes, her unfulfilled dreams. He played of the beauty of the hollow, of the ancient wisdom of its stones, of the enduring power of its echoes. He wove her sorrow into his melody, not to erase it, but to transform it, to give it a new voice, a new place within the great silence. Slowly, painstakingly, Alara's echo began to respond. Her translucent form grew less agitated, her sorrowful gaze softened. A faint, almost imperceptible melody began to emanate from her, a beautiful, haunting air that intertwined with Leo's own, creating a new, complex, and deeply resonant harmony. The process took days, perhaps weeks. Time, in Whisperwind Hollow, had a different measure. Leo played, and Alara's echo sang, their combined music filling the veil of the waterfall, mending the fractured silence, weaving the broken threads of her song back into the ancient tapestry of the hollow. When it was done, when Alara's song had found its resolution, its peaceful place within the great harmony, her echo smiled, a faint, beautiful, heartbreaking expression of release. Then, her form dissolved, not into oblivion, but into the mist, into the falling water, into the sighing of the wind, becoming a permanent, peaceful note in the eternal symphony of Whisperwind Hollow. Leo returned to the Closhan, exhausted but strangely whole. The oppressive silence of the hollow was gone, replaced by a vibrant, resonant stillness, a silence that was not empty, but filled with a million gentle, harmonious whispers. Morag was waiting for him, her ancient face illuminated by the soft glow of the peat fire. A rare, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. "You have done well, Echo Weaver," she whispered, her voice filled with a quiet, profound respect. "You have mended the harmony. You have given voice to the lost. The great silence. It sings again." Leo Armitage remained in Whisperwind Hollow. He did not become its prisoner, nor did he lose himself in its resonant depths. He became its listener, its weaver, its gentle, understanding custodian. He walked the misty hills, the pipes of remembrance his constant companions, listening to the ancient, subtle music of the landscape, tending to its delicate, ever-shifting harmonies. He learned that Whisperwind Hollow was more than just a place of trapped echoes. It was a sanctuary, a library of sound, of memory, of emotion, a testament to the enduring power of stories, of lives lived, of songs sung, even after the singers themselves had long since faded into silence. He knew that new dissonances would inevitably arise, that new sorrows would seek solace in the hollow, that the great silence would always require a vigilant, compassionate ear to maintain its delicate, precious balance. But Leo Armitage, the disgraced acoustician who had sought the truth in forgotten frequencies, had found his purpose. He was no longer just a listener. He was a composer, a conductor, a weaver of the silent, resonant music that lay hidden beneath the surface of the world. Sometimes, on clear, moonlit nights, when the wind sighs just so through the ancient pines, and the waters of the Alt na Osna murmur their deepest secrets, he takes out the pipes of remembrance. He sits by the shores of the dark, silent loch, and he plays. He plays for the echoes, for the memories, for the ancient, sentient spirit of Whisperwind Hollow, and the hollow listens, and it remembers. And in its profound, resonant silence, it sings back, a timeless, beautiful, and terrifying symphony of what was, what is, and what will forever be, woven into the very fabric of its stones, its waters, its ancient whispering trees. The work of the echo weaver, he understands, is eternal. For the silence, after all, is never truly silent. It is merely waiting for the right listener, the right instrument, to give its forgotten songs a new and perhaps even more resonant voice. The summons arrived not as a letter, but as a single antique nib, exquisitely crafted from a dark, unfamiliar metal, nestled within a small, velvet-lined box. It was left on Dr. Alastair Finch's cluttered Cambridge desk, appearing as if by magic amidst the stacks of forgotten tomes and half-finished translations. Alastair, a paleographer whose academic career had stalled due to his controversial theories on sentient script, the idea that certain ancient texts, through centuries of intense human focus and emotional imprinting, could develop a rudimentary, textual consciousness, felt an immediate, almost electric recognition. The nib, with its faint, almost imperceptible hum, and the subtle, inky scent that clung to it, was a sigil he knew from the most obscure, whispered-about corners of his research. The mark of the Scriptorium Umbrarum, the Shadow Library, a mythical repository said to house texts whose very words were alive. The accompanying note, penned in a spidery, elegant script on what felt like aged, almost translucent vellum, was from one Silas Thorne, custodian of the fading ink. It spoke of a critical textual desiccation within the scriptorium, of narratives losing their coherence, and of anchor words becoming unmoored. It requested Alastair's unique expertise in deciphering moribund scripts and revitalizing lexical essences. The remuneration, as Alastair was beginning to understand was a hallmark of these Thorne-related enterprises, was described as access to the first folio of unwritten thoughts, a text so legendary, so apocryphal, that its mere mention made his scholar's heart pound with a mixture of terror and irresistible desire. Alastair, whose theories had been met with polite condescension by his more orthodox colleagues, felt the familiar, dangerous pull of the unknown. The Scriptorium Umbrarum was the holy grail of his field, a place where the boundaries between reader, writer, and text were said to dissolve, where words themselves were not mere symbols, but entities. His journey to the scriptorium was a descent into increasing unreality. It involved a cryptic series of coded messages, a clandestine meeting in a fog-bound Docklands tavern, and finally, a blindfolded passage on a silent, oar-propelled barge that navigated a network of forgotten subterranean London waterways. When the blindfold was finally removed, he found himself standing before a massive, featureless basalt door, set into what seemed to be the living rock deep beneath the city. The air was cool, still, and carried the scent of ancient dust, crumbling parchment, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible aroma of ozone, of hot metal, and a subtle, pervasive hum, like the collective whisper of a million dormant thoughts. Silas Thorne, or a figure who bore that familiar, unsettling name and aura, materialized from the shadows beside the basalt door. He was ageless, his form gaunt and draped in a robe that seemed woven from solidified shadow, his face lost within the depths of his hood, only his eyes visible, 2 points of cold, ancient starlight. His voice was a dry, rustling whisper, like brittle pages turning in a draft. "Dr. Finch," Thorne rasped, his gaze piercing, seeming to read the very syntax of Alistair's soul. "The ink. It fades. The stories. They forget themselves. The scriptorium requires a new lexicographer, a new vitalizer of moribund narratives." He pressed a heavy iron key into Alistair's hand. The basalt door swung inward, with a sound like a universe sighing, revealing a vast circular chamber, its walls lined from floor to ceiling with countless, identical, leather-bound tomes, their spines utterly blank, their silence absolute. This was the antechamber of unwritten histories. "The true scriptorium lies beyond," Thorne whispered, gesturing towards a smaller, more ornate archway at the far end of the chamber, an archway that seemed to shimmer and distort, as if viewed through heat haze or a veil of unstable reality. "But first, you must prove your attunement, your ability to hear the whispers of the fading ink." Alistair's task, Thorne explained, was to select a single, seemingly blank tome from the antechamber, and, using the antique nib he had been sent, and a special sentient ink that Thorne produced from a crystalline phial, an ink that seemed to writhe with a faint internal light, to awaken its dormant narrative. He was to become not just a reader, but a rewriter, a co-author with the fading consciousness of the book itself. He was given a small stone-walled scriptorium adjoining the antechamber, containing only a heavy, oak lectern, a single ever-burning tallow candle, whose flame cast unusually sharp and articulate shadows, and a profound, expectant silence. The first few days were an exercise in acute sensory and intellectual recalibration. Alistair chose a tome at random, its blank leather cover surprisingly warm, almost alive, beneath his fingertips. He opened it to its first, equally blank, vellum page. He dipped the antique nib into the sentient ink, which clung to it with an almost viscous, eager intelligence. And he waited. He listened, not with his ears, but with his mind, with his profound academic empathy for the lost and forgotten narratives of the world. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the blank page began to speak, not in audible words, but in faint, fleeting impressions, in ghostly images that flickered at the edge of his perception, in half-formed emotions that resonated deep within his own psyche. It was a story of a lost city beneath the sands, of a queen who made a pact with a shadow god, of a love that transcended death, and of a betrayal that echoed through millennia. As these impressions formed in his mind, the sentient ink on the nib began to flow, his hand moving across the page, seemingly of its own volition, transcribing the fading narrative, giving it new form, new life. The script that appeared was not his own, but an elegant, archaic hand, perfectly suited to the ancient, sorrowful tale that was unfolding. He wrote for days, for weeks, losing himself in the world of the book, its characters becoming more real to him than the shadowy figure of Silas Thorne or the unsettling, silent reality of the scriptorium. He ate little, slept less, his entire being consumed by the act of textual resuscitation. When the story was finally complete, when the last word was written, the last echo captured, the tome in his hands pulsed with a faint, warm light, then fell silent, its narrative now stable, preserved. And Alistair, looking down at his own hands, saw that they were stained with the sentient ink, its shimmering dark essence seeming to have seeped into his very skin. Silas Thorne appeared in the doorway of the scriptorium, his hooded face unreadable. "You have harmonized the narrative, Dr. Finch," he rasped. "You have reinvigorated the fading ink. You are attuned. The true scriptorium now awaits your expertise." He led Alistair through the shimmering, distorting archway into a space that defied all laws of physics and geometry. It was a library of impossible scale, its shelves spiraling into infinite, Escher-like configurations, its corridors twisting and turning in ways that made his head spin. The books here were even stranger, their forms mutable, their bindings seeming to shift and writhe, their pages rustling with a constant, sibilant chorus of a million competing narratives. This was the locus of wandering tomes, the heart of the Scriptorium Umbrarum, and the air here was thick with the scent of ideas. Raw, untamed, powerful ideas, coalescing and dissolving like sentient clouds. "The desynchronization originates from this locus," Thorne explained, his voice a low hum against the cacophony of whispering narratives. A prime narrative, an anchor story that helps to stabilize the surrounding textual realities, has become corrupted. Its ink fades, its syntax unravels, its core concepts bleed into and distort its neighbors. It is creating a narrative sinkhole, threatening to consume all connected stories. This prime narrative, Thorne revealed, was the legendary First Folio of Unwritten Thoughts, the very text Alistair had dreamed of studying. It was not a book of prophecies, but a template, a foundational story, an narrative from which countless other stories, other realities, were said to have been derived. And it was dying. Alistair's task was to enter the sanctum of the First Folio, a shielded chamber at the very heart of the locus, and using his own narrative skills, the sentient ink and the antique nib, which now hummed with a palpable, eager energy in his hand, to re-author the dying prime narrative, to find its fading heart, its corrupted core, and to weave a new story around it, a story strong enough, resonant enough, to restore its vitality and restabilize the entire scriptorium. He was warned, with a gravity that made his blood run cold, that this was a perilous undertaking. To enter the First Folio was to risk becoming lost within its infinite, unraveling possibilities, to have his own narrative, his own identity, consumed by its fading, desperate consciousness. The sanctum of the First Folio was a vast, silent sphere, its walls seemingly woven from pure, unformed thought. In the center, on a pedestal of what looked like solidified starlight, lay the first folio itself. It was a colossal tome, its pages vast, blank, and yet infinitely deep. They shimmered with a faint dying light, like the last embers of a once great fire, and from them emanated an aura of profound cosmic weariness, of a story that had been told too many times, that had forgotten its own beginning, its own end. As Alistair approached, the blank pages began to fill with a faint ghostly script, the fading echoes of the prime narrative. It was a story of creation and uncreation, of light and shadow, of a solitary primordial consciousness seeking meaning in an infinite empty void. It was beautiful, and it was heartbreakingly, terrifyingly empty. He understood then. The prime narrative was not just dying, it was giving up. It had reached the limits of its own conceptual framework, and it was succumbing to the allure of absolute narrative silence. Alistair sat before the great tome. He dipped the scribe's nib into the sentient ink, which now pulsed with an almost painful intensity. He knew that what he wrote here would not just affect the scriptorium, but could potentially resonate outwards into other realities, other stories, perhaps even into his own mundane academic world. He hesitated. What story could possibly be strong enough, vital enough, to rekindle this dying, cosmic narrative? What new meaning could he offer to a consciousness that had already encompassed all possible beginnings and endings? He thought of his own life, his quiet, obsessive pursuit of forgotten lore, his belief in the enduring power of words, of stories, even those dismissed, ridiculed, or lost to time. He thought of the countless, fragile narratives he had encountered in his research, each one a tiny spark of meaning in a vast, indifferent universe. And he began to write. He did not try to create a new grand cosmology, a new epic of gods and monsters. Instead, he wrote of the small things, of the unexpected beauty of a single perfectly formed sentence, of the quiet joy of a forgotten word rediscovered, of the courage it takes to tell a story, any story, in the face of an overwhelming, annihilating silence. He wrote of a librarian, a solitary custodian of a vast, forgotten library, who dedicates his life to preserving the fragile, fading narratives of others, finding his own meaning not in grand pronouncements, but in the quiet, meticulous act of remembrance, of witness, his own story, or a version of it. As he wrote, the sentient ink flowed like liquid light, the scribe's nib dancing across the vast cosmic pages of the first folio. The fading script of the prime narrative seemed to respond. Its dying light flickered, then steadied, then began to glow with a new, warmer, more vibrant hue. The cold, empty despair that had emanated from its pages began to recede, replaced by a faint, almost imperceptible stirring of curiosity, of hope. Alistair wrote for an eternity, or perhaps only for a moment. Time in the sanctum of the first folio was a meaningless concept. He poured all of his knowledge, all of his passion, all of his quiet, stubborn belief in the power of narrative, into the dying heart of the prime narrative. He wove a story of interconnectedness, of how even the smallest, most forgotten tale contributes to the great universal library of existence. He wrote of the beauty of imperfection, of the resilience of the human and inhuman spirit in the face of entropy and oblivion. He wrote not of absolute endings, but of endless transformations, of stories that never truly die, but merely change their form, their voice, their resonance. When he finally laid down the scribe's nib, the first folio was no longer fading. Its pages glowed with a soft, steady, internal light. Its script vibrant, alive, filled with a million new, emergent possibilities. The prime narrative had been rekindled, reauthored, given a new reason to exist. The scriptorium umbrarum itself seemed to sigh with relief. The chaotic rustling of the wandering tomes subsided, replaced by a harmonious, contented hum. The shifting corridor stabilized. The air cleared, losing its oppressive, desynchronized edge. Alistair Finch stood in the center of the sanctum, his body trembling with exhaustion, his mind reeling, but his spirit, strangely, profoundly, at peace. He had faced the ultimate, textual void, and he had filled it, not with grand pronouncements, but with the quiet, enduring power of a single, well-told story. Silas Thorne was waiting for him in the antechamber of unwritten histories. The custodian's hooded form seemed less shadowy, his ancient eyes holding a new, almost gentle light. The concordance. "It sings again, Librarian Finch," Thorne rasped, his voice filled with a quiet awe that Alistair had not heard before. "You have not just recatalogued the dissonances. You have re-inspired the source. The first folio. It remembers how to dream." Alistair remained at the Blackwood Athenaeum for what felt like a very long time, though he knew that time here was a fluid, unreliable measure. He did not become its prisoner, nor did he lose himself in its infinite labyrinthine narratives. He became its true librarian, its conscious, active partner in the endless, evolving dance of stories. He learned that the scriptorium was not just a repository, but a loom, a place where the threads of all possible narratives were woven, unraveled, and rewoven. And he, with his scribe's nib and his understanding of the fading ink, was one of its master weavers. He never returned to his quiet, academic life in Cambridge. His old world, with its rigid definitions and its fear of the unknown, seemed small, faded, like a poorly preserved first draft. His true work, his true story, lay here, in the heart of the scriptorium umbrarum, amidst the rustling, whispering, eternally evolving wandering tomes. He knows that the threat of narrative decay, of the unspoken, of the crimson quill, is never truly vanquished. That the balance of the great concordance is a delicate, ever-shifting thing, requiring constant vigilance, constant reinterpretation, constant rewriting. But Alistair Finch, the librarian of wandering tomes, is no longer afraid. He has looked into the heart of the unwritten, and he has filled it with his own human story. He understands now that even the vastest, most cosmic narratives are ultimately composed of smaller, individual voices, each one precious, each one contributing to the infinite, beautiful, and terrifying symphony of existence. He still walks the impossible corridors of the Athenaeum, the scribe's nib always in his hand, the sentient ink always ready. He listens to the whispers of the fading ink. He tends to the needs of the wandering tomes. He ensures that the first folio continues to dream its vibrant, ever-changing dreams. For he is the guardian of stories, the keeper of forgotten languages, the humble, dedicated servant of the infinite, rustling, whispering library at the very heart of all possible worlds. And his own story, now inextricably interwoven with its ancient, luminous pages, continues to unfold. The summons arrived etched onto a thin, perfectly circular disc of obsidian, delivered by a silent, dust-caked courier who seemed to melt back into the shimmering heat haze of the Arizona desert before Dr. Alistair Finch could fully process its implications. Alistair, a disgraced geophysicist whose career had been quietly yet firmly ended after he presented his theory of resonant geometries and subterranean harmonics, suggesting that certain geological formations could act as vast, natural resonators for unknown, possibly sentient telluric energies, recognized the obsidian disk immediately. It was the sigil of the Keepers of the Silent Labyrinth, a clandestine, almost mythical order rumored to chart not the surface of the earth, but its deeper, more fundamental, and infinitely stranger internal architecture. The note, if one could call the intricate spiraling patterns etched into the obsidian such, was less a written message and more a schematic. It depicted a complex, non-Euclidean geometric form and a set of precise celestial alignments. Alistair, whose obsessive research had led him to believe that such patterns were not random, but a form of geolinguistic syntax, understood. It was an invitation, a challenge, and a warning. It spoke of a critical dissonance in the telluric concordance, at a place known only as the Obsidian Plains, a vast, unmapped desert region where the Earth's crust was said to be unusually thin, and the whispers of the deep were growing, dangerously coherent. His unique understanding of resonant geometries and subterranean harmonics was urgently required. The reward, implied rather than stated, was access to the prime geode, a mythical artifact said to be the very heart of the planet's resonant field. Alistair, whose academic exile had left him with little but his theories and a gnawing, almost desperate, need for validation, found the summons impossible to resist. The Obsidian Plains were a legend in his small, marginalized field, a place where the boundaries between geology, acoustics, and something far older, far stranger, were said to dissolve. His journey was an odyssey into increasing desolation and profound, almost unearthly silence. He followed the celestial alignments indicated on the obsidian disk, navigating by the stars, by the subtle shifts in the desert's magnetic field, by an almost instinctual sense of telluric pull. The landscape grew increasingly alien. Vast, flat expanses of black volcanic glass stretching to a horizon that shimmered and distorted under a sky of bruised metallic purple. The air was thin, dry, and carried the faint, almost imperceptible scent of ozone, hot rock, and something else. A subtle, low-frequency thrum, a sound that seemed to vibrate not in his ears, but in the very marrow of his bones. He was met not by a person, but by a structure. A colossal, perfectly circular ring of obsidian monoliths, each one at least 100 feet tall, their surfaces etched with the same intricate, spiraling patterns as the summons disk. They hummed with a palpable, contained power, the air around them crackling with static electricity. This, Alistair knew, was the resonance fence, the outer boundary of the true Obsidian Plains, a place where the laws of conventional physics began to fray. As he stepped through an almost invisible gap between two of the monoliths, a figure materialized from the shimmering heat haze. It was not Silas Thorne, nor any Blackwood he had encountered in his previous, unsettling academic forays. This entity was different. It was tall, impossibly slender, its form seemingly composed of shifting desert sands and solidified shadow. Its face, if it had one, was obscured by a swirling vortex of dust motes and captured starlight. Its voice, when it spoke, was not a sound, but a direct telepathic impression, a chorus of wind-sowing whispers and the dry rustle of ancient, shifting stone. "Greetings, Geometer Finch," the presence resonated in Alistair's mind. "The labyrinth, it remembers your resonance. The pattern unfurls. The deep stirs. Your discernment is timely." It introduced itself, or rather its designation, as the custodian of the fault lines. It did not offer a name, for names, it seemed to imply, were too limiting, too surface-bound, for the entities that dwelled in this resonant, subterranean world. The custodian led Alistair into the heart of the Obsidian Plains. The landscape here was a bewildering, almost nightmarish tapestry of impossible geometries. Crystalline structures of black volcanic glass grew from the earth like grotesque alien flora. Fissures snaked across the plains, glowing with an eerie, internal light, their depths receding into unimaginable blackness. The low-frequency thrum was more intense here, a constant physical pressure against Alistair's chest, his skull. Time itself seemed to flow erratically, moments stretching, compressing, looping back on themselves. Their destination was a vast circular chasm, its sides a sheer drop of polished obsidian, its bottom lost in impenetrable shadow. This, the custodian explained, was the Maw of the World Song, the primary access point to the silent labyrinth, the subterranean network of resonant chambers and telluric energy conduits that lay beneath the Obsidian Plains. The telluric concordance, the planet's ancient resonant harmony, is fracturing. The custodian's thoughts impressed upon Alistair's mind. A dissonant core, an echo from a stillborn geological epoch, has awakened deep within the labyrinth. It sings a song of unmaking, of tectonic chaos. It threatens to shatter the prime geode, to unravel the very resonant field that binds this world. Alistair's task was to descend into the maw, into the silent labyrinth, and, using his geolinguistic sensitivities and a set of harmonic dampeners, strange crystalline rods that pulsed with a cool internal light, which the custodian produced from within its swirling sandy form, to locate this dissonant core, to understand its destructive geometry, and to reharmonize its song with the telluric concordance. He was given a small obsidian-lined cave near the maw as his shelter. It contained a natural spring of cool, slightly metallic-tasting water, a supply of strange, dried, but surprisingly nutritious desert fungi, and a collection of resonance maps, intricate, three-dimensional schematics of the labyrinth etched onto thin sheets of translucent, mica-like stone, seemingly created by generations of previous geometers. The first few days were an exercise in profound, almost terrifying, sensory adaptation. Alistair learned to read the low-frequency thrum of the plains, to discern the subtle shifts in its rhythm, its pitch, its intensity. He learned to navigate by the patterns of the glowing fissures, by the taste of the telluric energies that flowed through the obsidian landscape. He began to explore the upper levels of the silent labyrinth, the harmonic dampeners held before him like dowsing rods. The labyrinth was not a place of tunnels and caverns in any conventional sense. It was a space of pure, resonant geometry. Its walls and passages, formed by intersecting fields of telluric energy, Its chambers, resonant voids where sound and silence, matter and energy, seemed to blur and interchange. He encountered the echoes of the labyrinth, not ghosts, but sentient geological memories. He saw visions of primordial landscapes, of continents forming and breaking apart, of ancient forgotten oceans teeming with impossible life. He heard the songs of these epochs, the slow grinding music of tectonic plates, the high crystalline chime of forming geodes, the deep, resonant roar of volcanic eruptions. He found the journals of previous geometers, not written in books, but etched into the very walls of the labyrinth, their script a complex, evolving language of geometric symbols and resonant frequencies. They spoke of the great work, the perpetual delicate task of maintaining the telluric concordance, of harmonizing the planet's deep, ancient song. They spoke of the dissonant cores that emerged from time to time, rogue geological memories, echoes of cosmic chaos that threatened to shatter the harmony, and they spoke, with a chilling, reverent awe, of the prime geode. The geode is the heart of the world song, one ancient geometer had etched, his symbols pulsing with a faint internal light. It is the first vibration, the seed of harmony. If it shatters, all songs cease. Only the silence of unmaking remains. Alistair realized the true, terrifying scale of his task. He was not just a geophysicist, an academic. He was a guardian of a fundamental planetary harmony, a fragile bulwark against a chaos that could unravel not just a small forgotten desert, but perhaps everything. The dissonant core made its presence known. The low-frequency thrum of the labyrinth began to falter, to stutter, jarring, discordant notes, like the sound of mountains breaking, of continents tearing apart, began to resonate through the obsidian structures. The glowing fissures pulsed erratically, their light shifting to a sickly, unstable crimson. The echoes of the labyrinth grew agitated, their ancient songs turning into cries of fear and pain. The custodian of the fault lines appeared before him, its sandy form more agitated, its shadowy vortex swirling with a new urgency. The dissonance. It grows. It seeks the prime geode. You must descend, Geometer Finch. You must retune its song before the final fracture. Alistair knew he could delay no longer. He took the harmonic dampeners, his own heart a frantic, discordant drum against the labyrinth's failing rhythm, and began his descent into the deepest, most unstable levels of the silent labyrinth towards the rumored location of the prime geode and the terrifying unmaking song of the dissonant core. The journey was a descent into pure, resonant chaos. The geometric passages twisted and warped around him, their walls seeming to breathe, to groan. The air crackled with unstable telluric energies. The dissonant core's song grew louder, more insistent, a symphony of geological agony, of planetary despair. It clawed at Alistair's mind, trying to shatter his own internal harmonies, to absorb his consciousness into its chaotic, entropic melody. He saw visions of worlds undone, of planets cracking like fragile eggs, of galaxies collapsing into black, silent voids. He felt the crushing weight of geological time, the terrifying indifference of cosmic forces, the utter fragile insignificance of his own brief, human existence. But he held on. He focused on the harmonic dampeners, their cool, steady pulse a fragile counterpoint to the dissonant core's raging cacophony. He thought of the intricate, beautiful patterns of the resonance maps, of the profound ancient wisdom etched into the labyrinth's walls, by generations of geometers who had faced this or similar threats before him. He was not alone. He was part of a lineage, a tradition, a great work. He finally reached the chamber of the prime geode. It was a vast, spherical cavern, its walls a shimmering, opalescent crystal that seemed to contain all the colors of a captured nebula. And in its center, suspended in a web of pure, resonant light, was the prime geode itself. It was a colossal, multifaceted crystal, easily the size of a small house, its facets glowing with a soft, steady internal light, its core pulsing with the deep, serene, and unimaginably ancient rhythm of the world song, the Telluric Concordance. It was the most beautiful, most awe-inspiring, most alive thing Alistair had ever witnessed. But it was damaged. A network of fine, dark spiderweb cracks marred its luminous surface, and from these cracks emanated the dissonant core's unmaking song, a visible, palpable wave of chaotic, crimson energy. The core was not a separate entity. It was a sickness within the geode itself, a cancerous, discordant growth, feeding on the geode's ancient harmony, threatening to shatter it from within. And standing before the prime geode, his own form now almost entirely composed of shifting, chaotic shadow, and fractured light was the source of the original summons. The entity who had signed himself Silas Thorne. Not the calm, collected custodian of some forgotten library or asylum, but a being of pure, focused, temporal, and geological malevolence. This was the true Thorne of this particular terrible equation. So, the little geometer arrives. Thorne's mic, voice echoed in Alistair's mind, no longer a dry rustle, but a chorus of grinding stones and shattering crystals, just in time to witness the final unmaking. The prime geode, the heart of this tedious, predictable world, will finally shatter, and from its fragments, a new, more interesting labyrinth will be born. A labyrinth of pure, beautiful chaos. Thorne raised a hand, not of flesh, but of fractured obsidian and solidified temporal distortion. He was not just controlling the dissonant core, he was the dissonant core. He was the rogue variable, the echo from an unscheduled, unmade epic, seeking to impose his own chaotic, nihilistic song upon this reality. Alistair knew he couldn't fight Thorne directly. The entity was too powerful, too ancient, too deeply intertwined with the very fabric of this resonant, subterranean world. But he could, perhaps, heal the prime geode. He could reharmonize its song, mend its fractures, and in doing so, expel the dissonant core, the Thorne entity, from its heart. He raised the harmonic dampeners. They pulsed with a cool, steady light, their pure, resonant frequencies a direct counterpoint to Thorne's chaotic emanations. He didn't try to silence Thorne's song of unmaking. Instead, he began to listen to the prime geode itself, to its deep, ancient, wounded music. He focused all his will, all his understanding of resonant geometries and subterranean harmonics on the geode's fractured song. He began to hum, a low, resonant tone that matched the geode's core frequency. He used the harmonic dampeners not as weapons, but as instruments. He wove a counter melody of healing, of stability, of resilience around the geode's damaged core. He played the song of continental drift, of mountain ranges rising and falling, of oceans forming and receding. He played the song of crystal growth, of mineral veins forming in the deep earth, of the slow, patient geological processes that had shaped this world over billions of years. He played the song of the telluric concordance, the ancient fundamental harmony that bound the planet together. Thorn shrieked, a sound like 1,000 fault lines fracturing at once. His shadowy form flickered, recoiled. No! The chaos! The unmaking! It is more beautiful, more true. But Alistair ignored him. He focused only on the prime geode, on its wounded, faltering song. He poured all of his own energy, his own belief in order, in harmony, in the enduring power of creation over destruction, into his resonant healing. Slowly, painstakingly, the dark, spiderweb cracks on the prime geode's surface began to fade. The sickly crimson light receded. The geode's own pure internal luminescence began to glow brighter, steadier. Its deep, serene, rhythmic pulse grew stronger, overwhelming the dissonant core's chaotic song. Thorn's shadowy form began to unravel, to dissipate, his unmaking song drowned out by the resurgence of the telluric concordance. With a final, frustrated, silent howl, he dissolved into the resonant energies of the labyrinth. His essence scattered, neutralized, his rogue epoch unwritten. The prime geode pulsed once, a wave of pure, harmonious energy that washed over Alistair, cleansing him, healing him, filling him with a profound sense of peace and belonging. The dissonant core was gone. The telluric concordance was restored. Alistair Finch stood in the heart of the silent labyrinth, before the now whole, magnificently glowing prime geode, its ancient, powerful song resonating through his very being. He was no longer just Alistair Finch, the disgraced geophysicist. He was a geometer, a harmonist, a keeper of the world song. The custodian of the fault lines materialized beside him, its sandy form calmer now, its shadowy vortex stilled. The labyrinth, it sings true again, Geometer Finch. Its thoughts resonated with a quiet, profound gratitude. You have recalibrated the heart of the world. The pattern endures. Alistair remained in the obsidian plains for what felt like a lifetime, though he knew that time here was a fluid, unreliable measure. He did not become its prisoner, nor did he lose himself in its resonant, geometric depths. He became its true geometer, its conscious, active partner in the endless, evolving dance of telluric energies. He learned to read the labyrinth's subtle shifts, to anticipate its dissonances, to gently guide its resonant harmonies. He learned that the obsidian plains were not just a desolate wasteland, but a sacred space, a place where the deepest, most fundamental energies of the planet converged, where the very song of creation was played out in an endless, silent symphony of stone and light and vibration. He never returned to his old life, his academic squabbles, his quiet London flat. His work here was too important, too fundamental. He was a guardian of a truth far older, far stranger than any human institution could comprehend. He knows that other dissonant cores, other rogue echoes from unscheduled epochs, will inevitably arise. That the balance of the telluric concordance is a delicate, ever-shifting thing, requiring constant vigilance, constant reharmonization. But Alistair Finch, the geometer of obsidian plains, is no longer afraid. He has looked into the heart of geological chaos, and he has brought it back into harmony. He understands now that even the vastest, most impersonal forces of the universe are ultimately part of a greater, resonant pattern, a world song that encompasses all things. He still walks the shimmering obsidian landscape, the harmonic dampeners, his constant companions. He listens to the deep, silent music of the earth, to the whispers of ancient stones and nascent geodes. He is a solitary guardian in a world of forgotten frequencies and resonant geometries, his own life now inextricably interwoven with the ancient, powerful, and terrifyingly beautiful song of the planet itself. The silence of the obsidian plains is the sound of creation, of destruction, of endless transformation, a symphony that only he and the silent, watchful custodians can truly hear. And he, Alistair Finch, is now one of its most devoted and perhaps eternal players.